And so the final frontiers begin in the search for this trophy. And who is going to be the fourth name emblazoned on it? Well, Jerome Mioch is the first player through to Champions Night. He sealed his place there yesterday as the victor in Group A. So two groups begin in earnest on Thursday, beginning with Group C this afternoon. And these are the contenders involved. Andy Bolton was the bottom place player when it came to Group A. He's looking to make improvements on Thursday and Friday to qualify through the finals night and maybe even get a juicy wiggle. As far as Classen was concerned, well, he swept through Chris Lamb and he swept aside the opposition in Week 9. He won the semi-final and final without dropping a leg. Rene Eidams came back from 3-0 down to beat Steve Brown to win Week 10. Well, Patrick Vandenbogaerde, well, he was the outsider in winning Week 11, deposing of Jared Cole in the final. Well, Reese Robinson, well, he's come out the traps flying in games this week. We'll be hoping for a more consistent path to see him for Group C. As for Barry van Peer, well, it's been a week of struggles at times for the Dutchman. He'll be looking to find that Challenge Tour winning form if he can get his way through to Champions Night. So we're midway through the week here at the Super Series. Paul Nicholson has joined us up here on the balcony. It's been an informing week so far.
Yeah, it's been very good, actually. I think a lot of us at the start of the week thought that maybe the winner of Group A was not going to be Jerome Mioch, but I think winning 2 Group A's in 2 weeks tells us that maybe he's developing into the player that maybe he wants to be.
Well, let's see what has happened in Group A, and these are the breakdown of the numbers. It was impressive stuff. Overall average of just under 90, checkout ratio of 35.4. That went down yesterday amidst the tension that we saw. Steve West with a 10-dart leg, and Luke Littler with 113 average, but we're going to be seeing him in Group B.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see those numbers because the checkout rate has come down. It was around 37.5 for the first couple of days, but I think you're right. I think the tension of yesterday, especially towards rounds 3 and 4, got to some of the players. And that's one of the reasons why we're lauding Jerome Mioch a little bit more, because he was able to sustain any pressure that was put on him. But we have seen some great performances. We've seen some great averages daily and throughout the 3 days. And I think that's one of the reasons why I think that the favourites for Group C will come from the combatants from that group.
Well, this is how the groups break down. Then Jerome Mioch, the first player through to Champions Night. Group B is going to be in Forum this evening. Luke Little and Steve West joining Danny Lauby, Neil Duff and Colin Osborne. But the focus very much today is on Group C, where we're going to see Rene Eidams, Jelle Classen, and, well, he's seemingly a fan's favourite now around here. Patrick Vandenbogaerde is involved in the action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. You want to do the Hinks impression, don't you?
We'll save it for later, but nobody will do it as good as he does. Apparently, he went back to the Netherlands, did Patrick, and people were giving him a bit of stick about it. But he hasn't got long to wait before his first match, so we'll get into it pretty soon.
Well, these are the outrights as far as Group C is concerned here at the Super Series. And there's some intriguing numbers in there. Andy Bolton goes off 3-1 favourite. But if you said that Barry van Peer be 9-2 for a group come Monday morning, people probably would have laughed you out the building.
Yeah, I love 9-2 on Barry van Peer at the minute. And you might think I'm a little bit crazy, but I've looked at some numbers this morning. He won 9 legs on one day in the first couple of days, then 8 legs in another. Yesterday, he won 18. So he's doubled his efforts in winning legs. That can't be ignored. And that 92 price looks a little silly at this point, but it will depend on how good a start some of these players get. We know from our experience of Group C situations that with 10 games instead of 15, that if you get a bad start on Thursday, then Friday is going to be perilous.
It most certainly will. Right, it's time for the bet builder for the day. These are the amalgamation of bets that make their way through the exchanges, and we put them into a handy little acca for you. Now, it is bang on the nose at 4-1, and it starts from the very first game, as you can see there. Then it has Reese Robinson in the Player 180 stakes over 1.5 against Rene Eidams, and then Eidams against Van Peer in the 180 stakes. Just some thoughts on them, Paul?
One thing that really pops off the page there is Robinson over 1.5 at evens. You look at his 180 stats, they are well above anybody else. I mean, it's not even close. He's over 30 180s for the week. So when you think that he's averaging more than 10 per day in a 5-game scenario, Are you going to get 10 from him today? Probably. So by that token, that looks pretty inviting.
18 plus, begambleaware.org if you're having a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, it is high time to get the action underway. 25 games to bring you between now and, well, around about 12 hours time here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So it's a busy stint for myself and Paul Nicholson, who's going to be joined alongside Chris Mason in the commentary box to describe all the action.
Afternoon, Henry. Afternoon, everybody. I'll sit tight for a double session delight of darts this afternoon and this evening. Welcome along to all of our viewers via our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And of course, from 3 p.m, we will be joined by our friends at Sporty Stuff TV. Here is Patrick, who had a bit of an issue with a flight being delayed, so ended up sleeping at the airport. So I'm not sure how fresh he will be today. Arrived in the early hours of this morning.
First leg is Patrick to throw first.
Our referee
Game on.
for this afternoon, Justin Bradshaw. If you are joining us for the first time, all the matches, best of 7. 2 points for a win, and leg difference
96.
will play its part in these Thursday and Friday's groups. Today's group is made up of positions 4, 5 and 6 from Group A.
100.
It was won by Jerome Milch, who's safely through to Saturday night's final. Players finishing in second and third position will be joined
95.
by 3 more players this evening. And that is a 5-player group with the top 3 going through after 2 days of play. Delighted to be joined by Paul
100.
Nicholson. Afternoon, Paul.
Good afternoon, Mace. Or should I say, good afternoon, chef. That was a great dinner you cooked last night, by the way.
Very welcome.
Well,
And it was a beautiful bottle of red that you
82.
found to accompany that meal.
everyone's got their talents. That's why I'm sitting here right now instead of on the stage. But these guys deserve to be here. Champions Week,
85.
you have had to work very, very hard to get here on Thursday and Friday. As far as Andy's concerned, he, alongside Barry Van Peer and Rhys Robinson, will be very
58.
happy to have a clean slate. Maybe Rhys Robinson less so, because he did have a chance at one point to win Group A.
Yeah, I think he will feel like, if not winning Group A, he should be in the easier, well, I say easier Group B. There's no easy groups, but in terms of qualification, of course, a 60% chance of coming out of Group B. There's only a 30% chance of coming through a very tough Group C.
96. And do you require 116?
Andy's got to be a little bit sharper in this group from the off, because he didn't get a great start in Group A.
76.
Yeah, and that very much like Berry, wasn't it? They were at the
Patrick, you
foot of the
require
table throughout
74.
and just couldn't get going. They left themselves too much to do, and then you sort of get embroiled in your own little mini battle at the bottom of the table. That's a great start. One dart left, 88. Bolton ready to pounce and break throw.
58.
I just mentioned, Paul,
And he
before you got
required
here, he had a bit
40.
of a disaster in his travel arrangements.
Game shot on the
He's not
first
had a lot
leg.
of
Andy
sleep.
Bolton.
Now, I'm of the idea that that'll either work one way or the other. You're either so tired you just
Second
go
leg is
into
Andy to throw
autopilot,
first. Game on.
or he's going to suffer later on when he has a bit of an adrenaline dump.
Well, that comes with a little bit of a story, because you and I covered the 2018 Premier League final
100.
for the radio. And we were staying in the same hotel that night, and we had a fire alarm that took us out of bed at 3 o'clock. And that morning, at about 5:30 a.m., I had to get a train to Milton Keynes to be in 2 qualifiers.
125.
Or I think it was Denmark and Gibraltar. I ended up getting 2 hours sleep, which is not too dissimilar to Patrick over the last 24 hours. And I thought,
44.
no way am I going to qualify through these feeling this way. I got through them both. Sometimes that autopilot, when it kicks in, you just do the job and you don't even think about the pressures.
Yep.
96.
can't be ignored that Andy will be fancied for the top 2 spots based on his consistency of play, even when he's not qualifying in Group A this week.
95.
He's still averaging over 88.
I had a similar story when we used to do the Vauxhall events, which were the sort of early days of effectively the Pro Tour, I suppose you could call it.
95.
I won 2 events in consecutive years after staying, I mean, this is terrible, staying out partying till the early hours and ended up having a couple of hours sleep. In those days, you had to be at the venue for 8:30 stroke 9 o'clock for a 9:30 start. The one year where I decided to be a bit more professional and have an early night, out first round.
85.
I think these players are very happy that they don't have to start until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Just feels a bit more natural for some players, especially somebody playing in match 2 who has out loud said, I don't like playing at 9:30 in the morning. That's Yellow Classen.
Patrick, you require 100.
Patrick needs a ton for his first leg of the week.
And it will be a break back.
Double top. It's not in. He thought it was.
90.
Is he going to get bitten
Andy,
by
you
a
require
biggie here?
160.
As far as this week is concerned, Bolton's biggest finish, 124. But he did have a chance at 160 yesterday and missed tops for it.
100.
Now there's real pressure on the
Patrick,
double
you require
5.
10.
Don't know too much about Patrick apart from his adventures here at the Super Series
Game
and
shot on the
of
second
course
leg. Has
on the Super Series, and he has that unusual habit, Nico, of looking down before looking back up. May catch our spotter out
Patrick
today.
to throw first. Game on.
He's a bit like Jerome Mioch in that sort of regard.
Yeah, he does that dip, doesn't he? It's like almost like a habit.
As far as Patrick is concerned, he's played in 2 World Youth Championships in 2018 and 2019.
28.
Didn't win a match. He's played in 75 Challenge Tour events, so plenty of those. Played on the Development Tour as well. He's also played in 6 Players Championships as an alternate player over a couple of seasons in 2019 and 2021. But only won a couple of games on that circuit. But that's no real surprise considering the
100.
strength there.
My worry is there's just a lot of gaps, isn't there, in his career so far.
95.
Like many people in the Netherlands, he works in logistics. Everybody's moving something over there, whether it's clothing, energy products, or flowers.
180.
First max of the day goes to the Dutchman.
Now, Bolton's only got 9 180s this week. He's averaging 3 per day. Whereas someone like Rhys Robinson, who you'll see in Game 3 against Rene Eidams, he's averaging over 10 a day. So if you're looking at the 180 markets today, do so with caution. Remember, it's over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org for more information. And please gamble responsibly, whether it's in Group A, Group C, Group B, or indeed
60.
the Champions Night on Saturday.
Well, we were having a look at
Patrick, you require
Patrick's
112.
numbers in the Super Series, just in the Super Series, as a bit of a form guide. And we both almost said at the same time, he's going to have to raise his game to be competitive
80.
in this group, because his average during the week that he won to qualify for Champions Week, only around low 80s, wasn't he?
Yeah, 84.57 was his average.
Patrick, you require
59% of games he won. But his doubling, which is quite unusual for the week, was 29.6%.
Game shot on the
This
third
is a little
leg.
bit
Patrick
better from him.
Vandenbogaerde.
In that leg, at least. It's still down at 25% after 3 legs.
Fourth leg, it's Andy
but
to
that
throw
will not
first.
cut it
Game on.
in this group, or indeed a Saturday. He might have got away with it in week 11 against Jared Cole and some others, but that's not going to happen in week 13.
100.
Far too strong. Following this one, Jelle Classen against Barry Van Peer. And then our final 2 in this group of 6. Eidams against Reese Robinson, who we know gets out of the blocks like Usain Bolt. He's had averages of 105, 104, and 102 in each of his 3 games as
180.
Bolt backs up the max with one of his own.
We have had a 9-dart attempt this week. On dart 9.
96.
Thickness of the wire away, Steve West. And it was against Andy Bolton, of course, match number 4 on Monday.
Yeah, even Andy wanted Steve to hit that double. You never want your opponent to beat you in a
100.
leg, but every now and again, if someone's on a perfect leg, you want them to get it. You want them to have that little bit of history for themselves.
Absolutely.
So it's not a bad performance so far from Patrick. Notice how I haven't said his surname yet.
Bogaerde.
95. Andy require 121.
Made famous by our seasoned referee Paul Hinks, who said it in a very thick Yorkshire accent. And it's become a thing.
53.
Even though it's Bogaerde.
Patrick, you require 130.
Not in Yorkshire, pal.
No, it's not. What a lovely first start that is from Patrick. Bullseye. For Bogaerde.
85.
I had to get it in once.
Andy
Come on.
require
I like him.
68.
He's very measured today. This has got to go. Randy Bolton. Double 2. Some
Game
dart.
shot on the 4th leg. Andy
Best leg of the
Bolton.
match.
Yeah, splendid shot from Andy, who spent a little bit of time on the stage in the last hour, just
Fifth leg,
making
it's
sure that he
Patrick to
was
throw first.
completely
Game
clued
on.
up. He spent so much time on this stage in the last 11 months. But the fact remains, you don't know how you're going to feel when you wake up in the morning and you just want to refresh the good things that you like about being in this scenario. And
100.
it is August the 3rd, so it's exactly 11 months since we started in this venue. A night that was won by an
59.
Irishman in Kieran Tian.
Of course, the only 9 darters we've seen in this new venue have been by an Irishman. And he's hit them both, Conor Heenahan.
140.
The only way someone from the island of Ireland can win this week is if it is the shape of Neil Duff. He's in Group B later.
137.
He's travelling in this morning.
Hope his flight isn't cancelled like Patrick's was.
Tell you what, Nico, we both said he's going to have to potentially put 10 on that
140.
84.5 running average. Well, at the moment, he's averaging 96.79, and it has to be said, looking very comfortable in
58.
doing so.
Patrick,
He's
you
got a
require
smattering of
121.
experience playing here and on some other stages. So he might feel a bit more comfortable with this scenario right now than maybe he did when he was here in week 11.
89.
I love that play rather than going for the 25.
Yeah, anybody who goes for the treble 7 or the treble 15's got my vote.
99. Patrick, you require 32.
Looks like Andy might have to do this first game the hard way if he's to walk away with 2 points. Well, that's a bad dart.
It's not in the way.
Game
Oh, he
shot on
gets
the
away
5th
with it.
leg. Patrick Vandenbogaerde.
It's a lovely shot from our director using
6th leg, it's Andy to throw
yet
first.
another
Game
new
on.
camera. Always trying to improve your experience, whether you're at home or at work, if you are, or wherever you're watching.
59.
Do let us know. You can get hold of us on the usual social media platforms at MSS Darts, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. And if you've got any questions or comments for myself or Paul Nicholson, you will have that app open throughout the course of the day.
43.
We'd love to hear from you.
You and I both know, Mace, that darts is not immune to trends, to things that are fashionable, whether it's
63.
certain ways to go for a shot.
Shoes.
Shoes definitely at the minute. But have you noticed that more people now are starting to use darts of the same shape as Patrick's? These Zeppelins, as I like to call them, where the bulbous
85.
part at the end, a la Leighton Rees. They seem to be back.
Nathan Aspinall.
Aaron Monk.
140.
When you think about it, when you think about how you throw a dart, that shape should be perfect because it gives you something to throw against if you've got that type of grip pattern. And wow, Joe Cullens are a little bit like that. This is very impressive.
Yeah, I was speaking to an equipment provider in the last year, and they were saying
60.
the demand for darts of this shape has gone through the roof.
And I did something with Red Dragon a few years ago where I had a tiny sort of scallop inserted in the dart. Not quite as extreme as Merv King's, which is the first ones you think of. And basically what I did, I had my darts and then I
97.
covered them in permanent marker, practiced with them for a couple of hours, and wherever that wear was exactly where I wanted. Just something so I could set the dart in my hand the same every time.
100.
Because I sort of went through a
Patrick, you
spell and I
require
struggled
96.
just to replicate the same place on the barrel, the balance point.
Now, Patrick has been in charge of this game for most of it, and the game could be his if he hits double 18. He's been very methodical in this first game of Group C in Champions Week. Double 9.
No
And
score.
he's bust the lot. That could be so costly.
Andy, you require
If Andy
79.
misses this, he's got to get 96 again instead of 18 or even 9.
I think he was trying to be too perfect. Now, is that too close?
That
Game
is
shot, the
superb.
sixth flag, Andy Bolton.
Probably the only place in that double he was going to hit it in the right half of it, because his darts are quite
Seventh
wide.
and final leg. It's Patrick
He
to
was
throw
never going to find the
first.
left-hand
Game
side of that
on.
double 11.
No, and he had to be spot on to avoid a big deflection. Now, what would the effect be of missing 2 match darts?
He got away with
46.
things like that in week 11.
Yeah.
But now, your mistakes are going to be magnified here in week 13.
Yeah, very much.
100.
And it could be huge for Andy that he did miss double 18 and double 9, because if he gets off on 2 points in game 1, all of a sudden, I know that there are people out there who don't believe in momentum, but as far as
140.
this day is concerned, it will start on the right foot instead of the back foot.
Yeah, and when you think of momentum or the opposite,
58.
Andy Bolton and Barry Van Peer, they never got anything going until Wednesday for Barry, and then you saw the effect of momentum, winning 18 out of a possible 20 legs.
If you consider the amount of games that they played on Monday and Tuesday, they both got 2 points each. That's a lot of
58.
losses.
It's infectious, isn't it? Same as missing doubles, you know what it's like, Nico. You go into a long match and start missing
59.
doubles early, you'll tend to go through the whole match missing them. But if you start pinning them early, you'll do the same throughout.
I've thought of a little way of putting it. Losing in a Group A situation is like a systemic weed killer.
44.
When you start pouring it, it just goes everywhere and it kills everything. Whereas if you don't do that and you find a little bit of sunshine, a little bit of rain, things will grow.
A la Barry Van Peer yesterday.
Yeah, we'll get on to him in the next game because the signs were encouraging on Wednesday.
60.
This one is very finely poised after 4 visits in leg 7.
Yep, it's in the balance. It's up for grabs. Who's going to kick for the line? Oh dear.
39.
That third dart was a bit jerky.
A lot of shoulder. The release going to the right. Hence the dart was dragged low. That's a wonderful
100.
final dart. And we know what you can do with 1-2-4, Nico.
Yes, we can. We can tell you that he's hit it this week. This game is about replication. Not just visit on visit, but sometimes you have to do the same things that you've already done this week.
And
imagine his
124.
delight if he was to hit it with Patrick on a double.
Treble 18 leaves the ball.
99.
He's missed a match dart now. Patrick will
you
get
require
3
40.
more after missing 2 in the previous leg. Two 10s for the methodical Dutchman. And he gets it on the last start as well.
Patrick Vandenbogaerde.
That's a hurtful loss for Andy Bolton, who gets off to a loss. Whereas Patrick, who has barely slept in the last 24 hours, gets off with a win. As you can see, it was a bit of a squiffy affair at times, but that one is taken by 4 legs to 3 by Patrick.
There is that wonderful trophy with 3 names on it. That's what they're playing for this week, and a 20 grand check right in the cup, Nico.
Do people take checks anymore? Seems a bit soulless just getting a bank transfer, but these guys don't mind. They just want to register that little notification that they get on their smart device saying a certain amount of money's been deposited. Well, this man knows a thing about a deposit or two, that's for sure. He's had some big paychecks in his career. He'd love another one by the end of the week. Barry Van Peer has been a bit of a rankings money hoover this year. Is this week going to be
it's yellow to throw first.
another fruitful one for him? But now we wipe the slate clean for him. And it is
140.
a very good afternoon to Yella Classen, who was at times very, very impressive in qualifying.
44.
When he came through, he was in trouble at times
123.
and wasn't playing his best darts, for me, until Saturday. And then he proceeds to win 8 straight legs in the semis and the
134.
final against Sherrick and against Chris Landman. So there you go. Talk about peaking at the right
100.
time.
And that's what it's all about, timing your run. Interestingly,
58. Yellow you require.
Classen using
138.
some very aggressive-looking points, almost like a drill bit at the end.
58.
They look like the same ones that Reece Robinson's got. We'll find that out in the next game. But here's what's really fascinating. Look at the flights. They've both got the same ones.
133. Yellow you require. 80.
Very Dutch. I want to know
50.
if
Berry
who
you
had them
require.
first and-
132.
Yellow had them first.
yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe he said, "Oh, can I borrow a set of those flights, pal?"
Yeah, the ones that Berry's using look fairly new.
45.
Like
Yellow
they're
you
just out of the
require 30.
wrapper. These ones look a bit more seasoned.
Game shot.
And
on the
that's
first leg,
17
yellow
darts for
Classen.
Classen in about 90 seconds. He's fast, he's furious, and he likes to do
Second leg is
everything
Berry to throw
quickly.
first. Game on.
Well, I've just been reliably informed, Nico, that they're the latest
95.
mission points, which I'm not sure I'd have been investing in a new point, especially as
95.
they're about to get banned.
Correct. It's like buying a belly putter about a month before the ban came in 2016 from the RNA.
43.
He's got plenty of spares. He's got just as much equipment as Peter Wright as Yellow Classen.
Yeah, he tends to shop
99.
and change a fair bit.
Good to see he's been to the barber this week, getting his hair cut with a laser again.
Yeah, it's a very fresh
140.
trim.
I do like to see when dart players get themselves really
80.
pristine for something like this. And
Kevin Painter always springs to mind.
yeah, Mike De Decker's another player that always seems to have that perfect pattern. It's almost like a line on a football pitch.
59.
Well, Ryan Meikle, the same, and he's a barber, of course, isn't he?
Indeed. start from
137.
That's a
Berry
lovely last
require
start.
164.
Looking very sharp. His first start of the day found the treble 20, and that always makes you feel good.
Just imagine how good he'll feel if he hits 90. It might be the bullseye.
58.
It
Yellow
might
you
be
require
double
90.
15. You don't have to wait long. And look how good that bull was.
Game
Oh,
shot on the second leg. Yellow
Talk about
Classen.
sharp. Forget about the double 10 in the top shot. The bullseye.
Bang in the middle.
Centre hole.
Third leg, it's yellow to throw first. Game on.
Right, you can see the hole that he left in that middle of the bullseye.
93.
Fear for that board today. It's going to get shredded.
96.
Do you think that rule had to come in at some point?
Well, if you're the manufacturer, which
80.
Winmore Iron, it is an absolutely wonderful board. For me, the best board on the market right now. When we've had a group of players that just use the traditional smooth point, like we're seeing from
180.
Barry Van Peer, it hardly looks like it's been touched. So if visually
42.
and the broadcaster, and you start to see the board break up in a long format match, it's just not a good look for the board or the brand. So
85.
and they're so good, you don't need these aggressive points anymore. The problem was with the old Unicorn board, it
140.
it just wasn't
Berry require
of
140.
a good enough quality. So the players' points become more and more aggressive, which in turn
60.
pulled the board apart.
Yellow you require 146.
Doesn't get the first treble that he needed. As far as the
89.
start is concerned,
Berry require 80.
it's very good.
He's loving the bullseye as well, isn't he?
Yeah, 2 out of 2 on that. BVP to be the MVP of leg 3.
Game shot on the third leg. Berry Van
Not
Peer.
bad.
Yeah, a 180 in response to being 2-0 down, and a 15 darter of his own.
Fourth leg, it's Berry to throw first. Game on.
Yella has been suffering with something for the last few months. He's had a lot of tightness in his right shoulder department. He's seen a lot of different
140.
experts about it, but he still hasn't got any sort of solution to it. He's made a very stern stuff. You wouldn't want to run into him at speed,
57.
that's for sure.
Yeah, well, he had wrist surgery, hasn't he?
Yeah, dart players don't get injured.
55.
Yeah, right. Speak to Yeller about that. That right wrist took a hammering the last time he was in the Premier League.
125.
It was bruised like you wouldn't believe by the end of week 16.
59.
I don't think he's going to feel the same sort of pressure this week as some of the other players.
50.
Because we're talking about a player who's been to the semi-finals at Alexandra Palace. He's won a Lakeside. He's been to another quarter-final at Alexandra Palace back in 2009.
41.
Played all the Premier League venues. This is just another notch in his career that he wants to tick.
Yeah, and I think it's
89.
ideal for him to use in preparation for Q School in January.
Because he will go.
Yeah, all the players will get one more crack at it this year.
76.
We do have phase or series 5
100.
Monday morning,
130.
9:30. Yours truly will take you through the week alongside Henry.
54. Yellow, you require 80.
Berry took this with 3 darts. Oh,
No score.
Yella.
Berry
What was he
requires
doing with that
76.
second dart? Was he just trying to hit the small 20 maybe?
I think he was, you know. I don't think he thought it was possible to get a dart around that dart that was just below the treble.
Game
Oh,
shot on
and
the
that
fourth
just makes
leg.
it even
Berry
worse.
Vampire.
What looked like a really commanding performance is now turning into a scrap.
Fifth leg, it's Yellow to throw
Yeah,
first.
2
Game on.
apiece. 2 out of 2 on the doubles for Barry Vampire. And look at this response.
140.
Now, these two do have something in common.
60.
They're both Dutch.
They're both Dutch. I'm getting to it.
96.
I'm teasing you all. They are the last 2 Dutch Open champions.
Oh, yeah.
140.
It is a little bit Dutch today, isn't it? When you think about it.
133.
Patrick, we've got Yella, we've got Berry, we've got Miok, who's already through to Saturday night.
57.
Goes to show that
Yellow, you
the
require 132.
next level of Dutch players behind the elite, still plenty of them. This time
52.
he can't get the 60 with that dart in the way of the treble 20, but he comes back for a shot that cost him like 4.
They do a bit of history, Nico, dating back to 2016.
80. Yellow, you
Where
require
they met
80.
in a Players' Championship. Didn't play again for another 5 years.
Game
I
shot
love
on
how
the
he
fifth
changed the
leg.
plan
Yellow
there.
Classen.
Instead of going for the 60, he's decided to go for 2 double tops. And this time the third dart registers a leg win.
Sixth leg, it's Berry to throw
That
first.
just goes to show that he's
Game
got a
on.
bit of flexibility within his approach. He's not just going to do the same thing over and over again. He's going to realise something that didn't go right,
140.
and I will try something different next time.
And I like that mentality. Yeah, they first met 2016.
85.
Players' Championship won by Yellow Classen. In fact, he won their first 4 meetings, 2016, 2021.
95.
They met twice this year in European Tour qualifiers
55.
and a semi-final in the Challenge Tour, and their last meeting was another Euro Tour qualifier back in May, and that is
105.
the only win for Classen, sorry. Yeah, so the first 4 were won by Barry Vampire, the last one was won by Classen.
21. Berry require
He
161.
doesn't have fond memories of playing against Berry, and Berry will be aware of his record.
These guys are very aware.
83.
Looks like we're going the distance in game 2, just like game 1.
96.
They could have
Berry
actually met in the
requires
semi-finals of the
78.
Dutch Open this year, had they been in other halves of the draw. Berry made the final. Yeller didn't because he lost to Andy Bartons, someone who lost out a little bit earlier in qualifying for this Champions Week. He lost to Luke
43.
Littler by a small margin of 4-0.
Well, there are 12 monthly
44.
numbers in all official
Berry require
competition.
35.
90.04 for Berry, 87.06 for Yeller.
Those 16. No pressure on it.
3.
Maybe he would have hit it had there been.
65. Berry requires
Suppose we can call
32.
Yeller a bit of a veteran now, considering he's been around for 17 years.
Game
Maybe a
shot
little bit longer
leg,
because he had to
Berry
qualify
Van
for
Peer.
that 2006 World Championship.
Yeah, another qualifier that lifted the title.
7th and final leg. It's Yeller to throw first. Game on.
I think our referee, Justin Bradshaw, this afternoon is going to be severely tested with
96.
different paces, long games. I mean, this had the makings at 2-0 after 3 minutes of being
95.
a bit of a walkover, but you've got to give Berry Van Peer a lot of credit. And yesterday's got something to do with that.
180.
Like I mentioned to Henry at the top of the show, as we get our second maximum of the match, Van Peer won 18 legs yesterday.
140.
Previous 2 days, he won 8 and 9 respectively.
We often say
58.
about timing in sport, Nico, and what timing that was from Classen, his first max of the match, and it comes in the deciding leg. But look at this response.
140. Yeller require
Best
167.
leg of the match because it's the best leg of the match in the last leg.
41.
Although,
Berry require
that's a
126.
huge mistake. And what an opportunity. 419s and ball.
Ooh, that's a nice collision.
79.
Now, Classen
Yeller
can have a
require
crack at the same
126.
shot.
Double six. Bonus.
120.
Is this
Berry
going to be the
require
tail of Group C,
47.
where everyone's going to get a match start in every match? Because that's what's happened so far. Double 16. It's
Game,
Berry who
shot,
takes
and a
it.
match. Berry Van
And he
Peer.
gets off to a better start in Group C than Group A. Classen will be disappointed because he did get a match start in leg 7, but ultimately I think the biggest thing about that match was busting 80 when he did have the lead early. There you go, match 2 is in the books, and it's Berry Van Peer 4, Classen 3. There's another look at what they're playing for this week. I wonder what they're going to put in that trophy at the end of Saturday night in celebration. Well, it's time to welcome the sole German here this week, which is the Cube. René Eidams, who looks like he's been to the same barber as Jelle Classen with that laser. But now he's up against one of the favourites for this group in Rhys Robinson. There you see his nickname, the Cube. He doesn't so much look like a cube anymore after lots of exercise and dieting over the last 3 or 4 years. He's probably had a lot less sugar in his diet, but he's going to get some sugar here.
Well, the two favourites, Nico. Andy Bolton, 3-1.
First leg, it's René to
Jelle
throw
Classen,
first. Game on.
7-2. Were both defeated in their opening games.
I've just had our spotter in my ear.
100.
Certain games that you get in darts where it's nickname versus nickname and it throws something up. I like to call when
43.
Peter Wright plays Rob Cross, it's like a boxing match, isn't it? It's Wright Cross. This one is Sugar Cube.
92.
One thing's for sure, René Eidams will think that this week is a bonus because he was 3-0 down in his final when he qualified. He won 4-3 against Steve Brown.
140.
Being here is...
Yeah, Brown would be still spewing about that, I would have thought.
Of course he will.
3-0 up.
95.
Two things we need to know about René, though. One, he's lucky to be here. Secondly, he's someone who was very used to playing long format days.
180.
There you go. That's the first one. There will be plenty more where they came from, I assure you. And with Rhys playing René in this first game of the day, we know what René has got to do to win this game.
138.
Yeah, and again, we looked at his numbers in qualifying. Oh, hello.
Game shot on the first leg. Rhys Robinson.
I tell you what, I'd sign him up for my league team, and he would play number
Second leg,
one
it's Rhys to throw
every
first.
week.
Game on.
It's remarkable how many times he has started well. He's got the break of throw that he needs in this contest immediately with a 12-darter. But let's cast our mind backs to Tuesday.
100.
He had a game where he had a 1-3-1 checkout, 6 180s, averaged over 104 and lost.
Yeah. Welcome to Champions
85.
League.
I do get the feeling that Rhys will be disappointed not to be in Group B for two reasons. One, he did play very well at times in Group A. Just seemed to wither a little bit on a
96.
couple of the days towards the end, which cost him some valuable points. But based on the Group A scenario of only 4 games instead of 5, I get the feeling that would have
44.
suited him better. But I still have him, in my book, as favourite for this group.
Agreed. Which is why we were surprised to see him at 4-1. And
140.
the numbers stack up in that department. What was René's
100.
running average in qualifying?
82.62.
Yeah, and his 12 monthly average is 83.23, so he's pretty much
133.
where he is.
And if you compare that to Rhys this week, he's averaging over 90. And he didn't even get in the top 3.
140.
Do you need any more
Reach
proof
you require
as
32.
to what might happen in this game? How about leg 2?
Game shot
14
on the second
darter,
leg.
averaging
Rhys
115
Robinson.
in the first couple of legs. And he's doing exactly what he's done this week.
Yep.
Third leg, it's René
Monday
to throw first. Game
Was
on.
105.22. Tuesday, as you
58.
already mentioned, Nico, was the 104.28618 is a 131 finish and lost 4-3. And yesterday,
60.
102.64, 66% on the doubles. Defeated Steve West 4-2.
44.
So his worst performance in round 1 this week has been 102.
Yeah, in his opening game.
And most players here this week have not played that well at any point. Littler has statistically
96.
played better than that. So has Steve West in a defeat to Reece Robinson.
Yeah, of course, he averaged 103.71 in
100.
defeat to Robinson. The Juice.
Even with Rennie having the darts here in leg 3, he's not
100.
making a massive amount of inroads. He's been caught cold here. I was amazed, actually, to look at
41.
Rennie's background this morning, just refresh myself about it. That World Championship where he played Michael Van Gerwen and gave him one heck of a scare.
Yeah, he won the opening set, didn't he?
That's the only World Championship he's ever played in.
140.
For some reason, in my own mind, I thought he'd played in another one, but he hasn't. I wonder if he's going to get into this year's via the PDC Europe Super League. Now, there's a bruising
81.
format.
Reach you require 105.
But as far as bruising's concerned, Robinson has got Eidams on the ropes already. Double 16.
73.
He's got the luxury of coming back.
$64.
He's
Reach
actually
you require
been around
32.
since 2014. Eidams.
Game
That's
shot
a
in
nice
the third
clean-up job there from
Reece
Reece, who gets his
Robinson.
second break of throw in the contest. And he's averaging 102 and a bit in the first game of the day. He
Fourth
puts
leg,
in
it's
a
Reece to throw
14 darter
first.
here,
Game on.
or even a 13. It could be his best performance of the week so far. Reinforcing everything we've mentioned this morning
96.
already, or indeed this afternoon, because it's day 4. We're starting in the afternoon, and we'll be here until around 6 o'clock.
58.
And then we come back at 10 o'clock through to about 1:30 in the morning for some Group B action tonight, which is going to be blinking you miss at darts.
Yeah, we've got a super lineup
58.
for you this evening. Just perfect if you've been out for a bit of Thursday night league darts.
60.
Cup of cocoa maybe, and sit back and enjoy the action with us.
I've never been a cocoa person, have you?
47.
I do like a hot chocolate from a very well-known coffee enterprise.
I'm more of a chamomile tea kind of guy.
83.
Quite partial to a green tea.
I think Reece is rather partial to a red bit.
140.
I'm almost surprised that he's only got one maximum in this game, because he's got 31 for the week.
Well, he's not been pushed.
100. Reach you require 160.
He is operating on a very different level than Renier. That was quite unfortunate not to sneak its way into the 60.
81.
Should have been looking at 60 minimum there. I think Renier knows that the end is
58.
nigh.
Reach you require
Yeah,
79.
his race is run. Match is only just approaching 8 minutes old, Nico. Tops to wrap it up. 4-0. Go top of the table.
39.
Again, he's
Rene
coming
require
back.
142.
But this time, only if Renier doesn't take this big out. Just never felt likely.
No. He's not been pinning that trouble to
78.
any dart one.
Reach you require
Often
40.
enough.
And that's got to be fixed really quickly. Because he's
Game,
been
shot,
done
and a
to
match,
nil
Reece
in his
Robinson.
first game. It's the worst performance in round 1 of the week for Reece Robinson. And he averaged over 95. They are the high standards that we judge him by. But he won't be too fussed, because he's won his first game of the day to end round 1 by 4-0.
Very well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. They're all playing for that prize, that trophy, and the £20,000 cheque. Group C is our centre of attention this afternoon, and this is what we have seen so far. Victories for Patrick Vandenbogaerde, Pate Van Peer, and Reese Robertson to kick off proceedings. Right, next up for us, Jelle Classen and Andy Bolton, both in action, both aged out in their opening games of the session. Who can pick up their first win of the group? Let's find out with Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Round number 2 then. And if round 1 is anything to go by, there could be a bit of predictability and a little smattering of unpredictability. But this is a heavyweight contest between two seasoned professionals. Without tour cards at the minute, but still have ambitions
First leg is Andy to throw
of
first.
coming through into Champions Night. But they did start with a loss.
Yep, both going down 4-3. Bolton did get a match dart to defeat Patrick, as did Jelle Classen against Barry Van Peer. But an O's got to go. And one of them is going to pick up their first 2 points of the day.
180.
One thing we did learn from round 1, Mace. 5 players got a match dart, 1 didn't.
60.
And the reason that Rene didn't is because he didn't get a shot at any double.
No, didn't get a look at a double.
We have been speaking to some of our backstage
57.
crew in the last 30 minutes about these points that Classen has. We have a fairly strong opinion about them, don't we?
140.
They might be useful now, but they are very unuseful when it comes to January 2024.
85.
Yeah, for me, I would be thinking, right, it's only 4 months away, and it's such a huge part of the year with Q School on the horizon.
140.
I certainly would be getting used to not using them, because there is a rule change in place. The players have been given 12 months
74.
to make
and
a change.
You require 80.
Double 10.
Game shot in the
good
first
was that
leg.
from
Andy
Bolton?
Bolton.
Really good 14-dart start. He's rolling that neck a little bit more as the week
Second leg
goes
is Jelle
on.
to throw first. Game on.
That's one thing you don't want when you're playing darts all the time is a sore neck.
93.
Especially not this week, when there is a lot of darts to be thrown.
It's not just big money for winning this thing this week. It's not winner take all.
140.
You get yourself to Saturday night, it's good money.
I know.
Well, you know. I don't know. And there are lots of other dart players who have sat in these chairs who haven't got a clue.
$80.
Just talk to some of the people that have been runners-up, and they've got 10,000 for their efforts in Champions Week. Matt Clark, Graham Usher,
59.
Jacob Taylor wasn't even a winner of a week. He got drafted in at the last minute as the best runner-up from Series 3, and he ended up making the final.
96.
It's just one of those things that the winner will no doubt have ambitions of getting a tour card for the first time or getting one back, and having £20,000 sat in your bank balance gives you a whole different approach to the year.
99.
Pressure is off.
We've even had people on social media saying whoever wins a Super Series title after 13 weeks should get a tour card.
And you require 86.
That's not going to happen.
No.
Bullseye. Hot
Game
spot
shot in the second
for
leg.
Andy.
Andy Bolton.
2-0 lead as well.
And 14 and 15, Nico. One thing
Third leg is
I sort of
Andy to
look
throw
going
first.
forward.
Game on.
Certainly, if I was on the PDC board, would look at would be the qualifiers for the UK Open. I'd certainly put them in the hands of the ADC, having seen how they run their events. I think that's a no-brainer because, with all due respect, the quality of the majority of the Riley's venues are just not fit for purpose for running a qualifier of such importance.
I'd have to agree now. I think we're getting to the
100.
stage where things have to change in that regard.
Yeah. I've been to those qualifiers and they're just horrific.
84.
The other Classen actually was in the UK Open this year via those qualifiers. And we're starting to see more international players getting through via that amateur route. Danny Lauby's done it the last couple of years.
125.
A bit of him tonight, but not for long, because he throws quicker than anybody. Even quicker than this guy.
123. Andy require 136.
So far, Andy's had the answer to everything in this game. Every time Yellow looks up, he sees bad news.
Yeah, he sees that first start
96.
lumping in
Yellow
the lipstick.
require 117.
Got to get this. And he's en route. Tops.
97.
60 perfect. 17
Andy
smack
require
in the middle,
40.
but the double missed by quite some distance. And Bolton is in for a
Game shot on the
13
third
dart
leg.
leg. This is
Andy
a
Bolton.
huge performance from X Factor. He's had a ton average this week in defeat.
Fourth leg, it's Yellow to throw first.
This
Game
could
on.
be one of the best performances of the entire series if he has another leg like 1, 2, or 3.
69.
And he has got plenty of experience of perfect doubling in games. When he qualified, he did
44.
have 4 out of 4 on multiple occasions. He's had a 4 out of 4 this week. That was yesterday.
87.
Not to mention the fact that he's 3 out of 3 in this game as it stands.
His highest ever average, Andy Bolton, 108.91, and that was very much on the cards until
134.
start of this particular leg, but his highest ever TV average, 101.69.
139.
It's a very different game to that of round 1 for Classen. He was in a commanding position, and all of a sudden Van Pierre came back into it.
99.
This is a very different dynamic.
Yeah. He's playing the chaser.
56.
Would you rather be the tortoise or the hare?
The hair, of course.
Not that I'm saying that Andy is a tortoise.
100. Yellow, you require 150.
I sincerely hope he lives over 100 years old. But if he takes this 1, 2, 4 out, Classen
Andy,
will
you
just
require 124.
lean against the ropes and say, what am I supposed to do about that? Bullseye. First
89.
double missed.
Yellow, you require 64.
Long way off. Treble 16 for double 8.
Game shot on the
Oh,
fourth
that's
leg.
some dart.
Yellow Classen.
From Yellow Classen.
Tell you what, miss, showing me that camera angle, if you'd have said to me,
Fifth leg, it's Andy to
is
throw
it in or
first.
not, I wouldn't have had a
Game on.
clue.
No. So one missed start at the ball. His only missed start at a double in the match so far. Would
100.
have been 4-0, which would have righted the wrongs from match 1, where he lost 4-3.
81.
We've got one round under our belts here, and we're inching closer to the conclusion of game 4.
125.
What information have you seen to bolster your claims of who's going to be in the top 2 already? Or should I ask you in about 2 games' time, because Classen is on the comeback trail?
Yeah, I mean, we expected better performances from certainly Andy Bolton and Barry Van
95.
Peer, and well, Andy only averaged 84.21, which is well under
94.
where we certainly would expect him to be, but we certainly felt that Barry Van Peer would be in the mix, as will Rhys Robinson, and we've been proven right so far.
45.
Well, that third dart
Yellow,
looked like it
Uruguay,
hurt.
146.
Second visit in a row where he's had that wince on dart 3. This is double 16.
114.
Oh,
Andy
136.
Uruguay,
We've seen this
136.
week from Barry Van Peer. Not going to see it in this particular leg, but he's going to pressure the double 16. And remember, this is to
96.
stay in the match.
Yellow you require 32.
Twice this week we've seen somebody come back from 3-0
Game
to
shot on the
win
fifth leg.
4-3.
Yellow Classen.
Is it going to happen again? Things are looking a bit more rosy for Yellow.
Game on.
Now it's back on throw.
93.
If there is a bit of soreness for Andy, managing his time on the oche and off it is going to be really interesting over the next few hours.
140.
And indeed, maybe over the next couple of days as well.
$96.
Did you have Yellow Classen in your top 2 in this group at the start of play?
He was certainly shortlisted, but I felt it was.
140.
I was with you. I was looking at Barry Van Peer and Rhys Robinson as my top 2, who were 3rd and 5th
60.
in terms of the betting. Bolton was the 3-1 favourite, second favourite to win the group. Yellow Classen at 7-2. Rhys was 4s. Rene 9-2.
100.
Barry 9-2. Patrick 15-2. Currently, well, a bit like Jerome Mioch. He was the outsider of the group of 6 for Group A.
140. And he required
Eidams
121.
the same odds as Barry Van Peer.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh,
Come on,
another
Andy.
dart of the ball. This
Oh.
time he
Game,
gets it.
shot, and a match.
And
Andy
wraps
Bolton.
up the match with a 12-darter on the ball. And in terms of his averages that are on screen, that is his highest he's ever produced, 101.69. Prior to that, this one, 104.68, a 1-2-1 finish, 4 out of 5, 80% on the doubles. And Andy Bolton is up and running. Up next, the very impressive Rhys Robinson against Patrick Vandenbogaerde.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Every Saturday we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team of the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
We are back for game number 5 in a flash because that 6-leg contest between Bolton and Classen did not last long. Finished with a bit of a bang as well on the bullseye. 1-2-1 at the end for a 104.68 average for Bolton. And Mace, that game was over in less than 11 minutes.
Well, if you take out the 10-second breaks in between each leg, it was under 10 minutes for a 6-legger. Very impressive from Andy Bolton. 104.68.
First leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
Well, this man here knows about averages in that region.
140.
I just get the feeling that his engine might improve as the weeks go on. As the days go on. We're not playing for weeks here in Champions Week.
He's not straight back in next week, is he?
Yeah, as the days go on, what's really interesting to me is that the experience that I've had at Q School and some other tournaments, when you start to tire on a long day, you think, I don't want to do it again tomorrow. But if you do, day in, day out, the next day becomes a little easier when you're playing 5 games, and then the day after that becomes a bit easier again. I get the feeling that even though we questioned Rhys Robinson's engine at the start of the week, I think it'll be better at this point of the week than at the start.
Agreed. He's going to play himself into it. And I tell you who else is playing himself into it. Is young Patrick. Hit 3 180s in his opening match. An average of 88.16. Very impressive on the doubles as well. 4 out of 7. I was just looking at his 12-monthly numbers. His average over the last 12 months, 79.58. So, and he's only at 59 180s in that duration. He's already hit 4 today, Nico. And averaged 88.16. So he's playing well above
46.
himself, which is great to see.
Maybe tiredness suits him. He's got that side-on stance. It's all about that dominant right eye with the dart coming towards it and then thrust forward, sometimes
43.
with a little bit too much shoulder on dart 3. Ideal shot here is a 132 or a 140. Gets neither, but still a marginal favourite for this leg because this is a difficult out. Now it's mission impossible.
He did play in the Western Europe World Championship qualifier.
57.
Had wins over Philip Van Hasse. Ron Moulenkamp eventually lost to Max Hopp 6-3 in the last 16. And that is
48.
Well, we know he has his own way of doing
Patrick,
things. If you are a social
78.
media user, it would almost be impossible not to have seen his 3 double tops for 120 this week. Not the first time he's done it, of course. I should have known better because he did it in Southampton when I was on comms.
Well, let's face
38.
it. Was that the right moment to go 2 double 18s?
No.
We don't think so. It's not like he's going to go for 2 double 6s here. Because he does have the first leg.
Reese Robinson.
But you're right. I thought it was the first time he'd hit 3 double tops for 120. In Southampton, he did do it.
To throw first. Game on.
We were somewhat reminded by our good friend Tommy Lishman.
134.
But some of these maverick moves, if they're timed badly, they're going to cost you in a group like this. So you just got to be really careful.
Yeah, there's a time and a place
45.
for taking those kind of risks. And, well, it's exhibitions, really, Nico. Or when they make mathematical sense. If he was on 129
60.
and he'd hit the treble 19, 2 double 18s is the percentage shot.
In an exhibition in Shetland once, I once hit bull double 15 bull for 130 out. That was one of those nights where I hit everything. Very rare that was. But I'd never do that in a situation like this.
No. No.
I don't think you're going to get that from Patrick.
100.
You're not going to get that from most other players here in this group, but if that's what Reese feels he needs to do to free up any sort of tension,
100.
okay, I can live with it, but expect to get bitten now and again.
Yeah, David Pallett has his own way of going, but I'm I'm not sure he would even, with 3 darts in his hand, go for 2
100.
double 18s on 72.
Not at the minute. He's become more of a conventional animal. This is good.
And he's good pals, of course, with someone's
Patrick, you require
birthday
107.
today. Ted Evitts. Happy birthday, pal. Have a good one.
Yeah, happy birthday, chef. Now there's someone who knows how to cook.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
He makes the best chocolates on tour.
83.
They are something
Require
else.
110.
This would be rather sweet for sugar.
Maybe it's one of those sour sweets.
86. Patrick, you
I'm rather
require
partial to them.
24.
It's double 12 again. That one just about gives him a shot at double 6.
Well, double 10 was the theme yesterday. Ooh, dear.
22.
That was shanked.
Reach, you require 24.
Back to 12s, this time for 2-0. One left. And he takes
Game shot on the
advantage.
second leg. Reece
2-0 to
Robinson.
Sugar. If we are talking about birthdays for the 3rd of August,
Third
if you
leg
are
is Reece to
celebrating
throw
yours,
first.
happy birthday from
Game
everybody
on.
here at the MODUS Super Series, by the way. But there are a few names who are celebrating today. We've mentioned Ted Evitts, our good pal Colin Fowler from Warwickshire.
Yeah, happy birthday, Colin.
60.
Darren Beveridge, another person who's played
Ice
in...
cold.
Yeah, he's a great guy. We'd love to see you back, Darren. Hope you're well.
Yes.
And last but not means least, Mickey Brooks. One of our favourite lads from Liverpool, former England international Mick Brooks. Hope you're well, Mick.
Proper scouts of
131.
him.
Indeedy. He's got some stories.
Yeah, I used to knock about with him and Lee Polfreeman back in the day. My
And you live to tell the
100.
tale?
Yeah, had some great fun travelling around Europe with those two.
You weren't on that famous
55.
Swiss train, were you?
No.
No. You got there legitimately.
Yeah. Although we once travelled abroad and Lee Polfreeman forgot his passport. So we put him in the back of a massive minibus and piled all the luggage on top of him and managed to sneak him in.
Nothing surprises me when it comes to
60.
the Pulfreman boys
Reach, you require
and that
161.
Merseyside team from about 20 years ago.
Great lads.
Robinson is cantering here. He has not lost a leg all day long. He's left double 12 again,
137.
this time after 12 darts. He's just too good for his opponents at this stage. He's got Andy Bolton in game 7. He's warming up to a
95.
level that will
Reach, you
possibly
require
give us
24.
absolute delight in round 3.
Game
because it's
shot on the
3-0
third
to
leg.
Robinson.
Reece Robinson.
Yet to drop a leg today, Nico.
7-0 sounds very good.
Fourth leg, it's Patrick to throw first.
4 points.
Game on.
Sounds just as good as that. He's still got more work to do to get that.
You ever had a night out in Liverpool, Nico?
Yeah.
It's one of those great, I don't just great people like Manchester, Newcastle. They're just great nights out, great people, great sense of humour.
99.
I once played county darts for Northumberland against Merseyside when that was in Toxteth. And we stayed at the Adelphi Hotel, which used to host the British Open,
100.
of course.
Yeah, and had a famous documentary about it, didn't it?
Indeed it did.
$135.
Yeah, I once had a same thing playing county against Merseyside. Robbie Green was playing from then.
140.
No surprise, can't remember too much about that weekend.
Was Jimmy McGovern still playing for them?
Yeah.
He was a character. Tell you who else was playing for them at that time. Stephen Bunting
100.
as a 16-year-old kid.
Yeah, McNally, remember him?
Stevie McNally. Another character.
100.
Fitzmaurice
Patrick, you require
nicknamed him Upcap.
167.
That's a great first start from Patrick. I just wonder if that's going to be the last start he throws in this match.
161.
I wouldn't put this past Reece.
Absolutely not. Treble 17. Oof.
97.
On the wire.
Patrick, you require 68.
Might be staring down the barrel if he doesn't hit this. He's had 3 darts at a double in this contest. Make that 4
36.
with no hits.
Reese, you require 64.
As for Robinson, 3 hits from 6. Wow.
Game, shot.
Another
and a match
4-0 victory
Reese
for Sugar.
Robinson.
He is hitting everything that he goes for. It's a 92 average. It's just very, very good. And he sets up what could be a beautiful game with Andy Bolton in round 3. But before we get to that, let us end round 2 with Barry Van Peer and Rennie Eidams after that one, where Robinson wins by 4 legs to 0 against Bogaerde.
Well, welcome back. It's Rhys Robinson in control at the top of the table. 2 from 2, 8 from 8. Barry Van Peer can make it 2 from 2 here after just edging past Jelle Classen. Full 3. Ultimately, it's about keeping that winning ways.
First leg, it's Berry to throw
carrying
first.
that momentum
Game
over
on.
into this match. And, well, Rennie Eidams is yet to have a double, Nico.
That's got to change. But what Berry doesn't want to change is what he started here
100.
today. There are certain games that come and go, and we might forget a lot of them. But when you look at the stats of that first game between
58.
Van Peer and Classen, you can easily say that the difference in that 7-leg contest was 1 dart. Because
100.
Classen had 7 darts at a double and hit 3. Barry Van Peer had 8 and hit 4. There you go. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that 1 more dart for Berry
57.
got him 2 points. I don't think there are many people out there who thought that Jelle Classen would be on 0 points after 2 rounds, but that is the truth.
Yep, this is our
59.
final match of the second cycle of games. So we've had enough of a look at the players already to judge them
128.
on their form so far today. We will be taking a short break at the conclusion of this one,
95.
and then we will be back at 3 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV.
If you're Jelle Classen, are you taking your flights
59.
back
Berry require 147.
from Barry Van Peer? There's nothing worse than being beaten with your own equipment.
We've had that situation before where players have
131.
used their signature darts against them with success.
99. Berry
I'm
require
sure Eric
16.
Bristol got that a lot because a lot of people used his equipment.
Well, in
Game shot on the first leg. Berry Van
Bill
Peer.
Taylor's very first World Championship, of course, he used Eric's darts in that match.
Second
in the
leg is
final.
Rene to throw
Well, Barry's
first.
using his own
Game on.
equipment very, very well there. 16 dart start, and all of a sudden we're talking about Barry in a very different manner to what we were on, say,
96.
Tuesday lunchtime.
Well, across the course of the day yesterday, the one theme that we
44.
mentioned more than anything for Andy Bolton and Barry Van Peer was that reset mentality. Back to 0, and you go again.
57.
And so far today, both have done that very well, including Andy Bolton, who was only just edged out 4-3 by Patrick in the opening match,
140.
but then responded with a fabulous 4-2 win over Jelle Classen, where he produced an average of 104.68,
140.
highest of the day so far.
So by reset mentality, you're saying they're like a smartphone. If there's something
60.
wrong with it, just turn it off and turn it back on again as if it's 0-0 again. These guys aren't smartphones. They're dart players, but maybe they do have some similarities
85.
with smartphones.
Yeah, it's a bit like a Nissan or a Honda or a Toyota. They have a problem and they just mend themselves.
85. Rene require 123.
Is he going to get a shot at a double finally? Not yet. he will.
83.
Absolutely. All Barry can do is pressure the tops. There's much more rhythm to his throw, although that was a poorly thrown dart.
38. Rene
He's
require
looking
40.
more purposeful. Wow.
That's a
Game
good shot.
on the second leg.
Was in the
Rene
end.
Eidams.
Second dart wasn't.
It was an absolute bus ride away with darts 1 and 2.
Third leg, it's Berry to throw first. Game on.
I think you're right about Berry. I think he looks way more comfortable than he was on Monday and Tuesday. And he did speak to us about the
83.
fact that he just didn't feel 100%. He couldn't put his finger on why. He was waiting for something to manifest.
Well, you
39.
can't you can't manufacture it, can you? If your form's just dipping, and it comes when there's no
100.
darting activity, it's fine. You just sort of practice and maybe play a little bit of local league stuff, and you sort of play yourself back into some form. But your form dips,
58.
especially this week. Well, there couldn't be worse timing, but it can happen. We've seen it before.
Have you seen the tattoo
58.
on the left arm of Rene Eidams?
It's a dartboard, isn't it?
Eat, sleep, dart, repeat.
And a dartboard, 3 in the ball.
95.
Maybe that's dedicated to Simon Whitlock. Or, of course, for the more hardcore and
25.
older viewer, will remember that Flowers Dartsathlon where Eric and John hit 6
92.
bullseyes back to back.
On a board that had staples.
Yeah.
125.
Well, that rhythm was a bit erratic there, but it was still effective. Got to have patience when you play a week like this. And there are certain
57.
protagonists
Very require 110.
who have experience of Champions Week already. Barry Van Peer
78.
is not one of
Rene
them.
require 160.
Neither is Rene. In fact, nobody in this group has that experience before.
140. Berry
Apart
require
from the other
32.
First meeting between these two, which I find a little surprising. Our first meeting in official competition.
Well, that's a very tall dart. He can probably see very little of that 88. He can bend this around,
16.
but couldn't quite get it around enough.
Rene
Needed a bit more
require
Roberto
20.
Carlos on that shot. For the lead.
Game
cube
shot
finds the
third leg,
corner.
Rene Eidams.
Well, this is a real dip from
Fourth
Barry
leg, it's
Van
Rene to
Peer,
throw first.
averaging
Game on.
78 to Eidams 79.
And with all due respect to Rene and what we've seen from him
44.
when he won his week, what we've seen today, and what we've seen the last year, with the quality involved here, he probably needed somebody to dip to
140.
give him a chance, unless he finds another level of performance.
Absolutely agree. His seasonal average down at 83.23, which is not
140.
far off the numbers he produced in qualifying for Champions Week.
If you consider the difference between these two in the
100.
Challenge Tour this year alone, there's 8 points between them. That is a lot.
Yeah, over a huge sample.
You've got Eidams, 81.07 for 29 matches on the
92.
Challenge Tour. Van Peer's played more than double that and averaged nearly 90.
Yeah, and
100.
my sample is the last 12 months, which obviously includes all those results, and Barry Van Peer is over 90.
And in that time, of course,
92.
Barry's made
Barry
2 last
Requal,
16s on the European
161.
Tour, which are very hard to do. Bullseye.
136.
Good effort.
Rene require 133.
The kind of things that will give him a real boost, real confidence booster.
That's a lovely dart from Rene.
93.
Big pressure on this
Barry
25.
require
If
25.
this doesn't go, Eidams could be 3-1 up. Just gets the single. Is double 8 going to provide more trouble? Oh, he's
No
got double
score.
11.
Rene require
He overshoots
40.
it, and Rene could be 3-1 up. Oh no, he's gone next door this time.
As good as a 90 average is, Nico, when players talk about potentially getting on the tour,
No score.
91st position
Berry
is
require
Owen
25.
Roloff's 90.02. He's down in 91st position.
Welcome to modern day darts, everybody. Back to 25.
9.
But it's not 2-2. He's missing doubles.
Rene, you
He's missed
require
9
40.
darts at a double in this game alone. Double 10. And it's on the third dart as well,
Rene Eidams.
making Berry feel even worse. But I have to be honest, he's only got himself to blame. They've
Fifth
had
leg,
the
it's
same
Berry
amount
to
of
throw
darts at
first.
double in this match.
Game on.
Rene's hit 3, Berry's hit 1.
This could be a good quiz question. In the performance
57.
tables, who's top?
I did look at that a little bit earlier today.
58.
Is it Nathan Aspinall?
No, on the Pro Tour, #1 position.
Oh, it's a point. It's Matthew Dennett, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got me almost
100.
with the trick question because he played one game and averaged over 103, didn't he? And he
Yeah, lost 103.44. Gezi Price, who's played 36
60.
matches, has a running average of 98.34. In fact, there's
58.
5 players averaging over 98. Gary Anderson, 98.2 for the season. Humphreys, this is just on the Pro Tour. Luke Humphreys,
100.
98.27. Aspinall, 98.29. Clayton, 98.3. Price, 98.34. And I wonder why we're seeing so many
140.
different winners.
It's great to be alive and a darts fan or a darts pundit at the minute. So much unpredictability. Good luck to everybody who's playing a tournament this weekend. If you're going to an ADC event, because we have had a lot of
146.
ADC representation here over the last 12 weeks. So whatever you're doing as a darter this weekend, good luck.
56.
Play well.
Rene,
You never
require
know. If you play well in the
146.
ADC, we might even see you here. Are we going to see the end of the match from Eidams? He did the right thing by going for the 60 for the second time. But it might be the same
84.
area of
Berry
the board for
require
Berry
90.
to start this visit, which is to save this 2-point contest. That characteristic shaking of the right arm to relax it. Double 14.
Game shot
Well
on the fifth
done.
leg. Berry Van Peer.
Yeah, almost sarcastically looking at the board as if to say, all right, there you are.
Sixth leg, it's Rene to throw first. Game on.
Well, look at it this way, Berry. Just keep leaving double 14 then. If you can.
59.
Well, an opening.
That is something that you can teach young players to do, to relax that right arm, which does hold a lot of tension. Just give it a bit of a shake and
180.
relax that throwing shoulder as well. Just let it drop and just shake that arm out and relieve the tension.
41.
That's something that I do say to some people who ask me for advice. This looks pretty useful.
140.
Just misses the 6th treble 20. This is a good response from Van Peer,
85.
because if he can break here, which he should from this position, he will have the honour in the decider, and he will go on to make it 2 from 2, but all of a sudden just a little
81.
bit ragged. Good recovery.
You don't mind that visit when your opponent is way back
100.
and you're still getting
Berry
to 2
require
dart
100.
territory. You're making things just a little bit more manageable for yourself. Tops.
60.
He will come back for that double.
Well, it didn't find the target, but ultimately it was not a poorly thrown dart.
100.
Just didn't get
Berry,
the
you require 40.
adjustment or deflection it required.
Eidams could be in trouble
Game shot on the
now
sixth
that
leg.
it has gone.
Berry Van
That's a
Peer.
13 darter. Could have been a lot better than that. Could have been 11.
Yep.
But now the average
Seventh
goes
and
up to
final leg. It's Berry to throw
84.36 for
first.
Van Peer.
Game on.
He has the darts in the last leg, and everything's coming up Berry. Especially now.
140.
How is Eidams going to feel if he loses this last leg? He was in such a good position at 3-1 up.
100.
I just can't see Barry Van Peer losing this match now. Even with all those missed doubles, he looks like someone who has withstood the onslaught and taken on board all of the
100
difficulties of earlier in this game. And he's figured it out.
140.
140's thrice. 81 after 9.
I remember the first time I ever saw a 12-dart leg. It was 3 140s.
55. Berry
And then it was a
require
57 and
81.
third dart of the fourth visit at double 12. It is
Game,
not a
shot,
12-dart
and
leg.
match.
It's an
Barry Van
11.
Peer.
What a sprint to the end from Barry Van Peer. He could have done the last two legs in 22 darts. He'll have to settle for 2 visits that really did get the job done in fabulous fashion. He wins the last game of round 2 by 4 legs to 3, and he is very much in the reckoning here in Group C. We'll be back with more action just after 3 o'clock.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down as far as our fixtures are concerned. Chris Mason has joined us up here on the balcony to assess what we've seen so far. These are the results from our 6 fixtures. And, well, Reece Robinson, we've spoken all week about how well he gets out the traps in days. Well, he's played 8 legs, he's won 8 legs.
Yeah, immaculate so far, and credit to him. He looked very good in the opening game. He had an average that, well, below what we've seen from him in 3 opening games so far this week, but it was still a very impressive 98 average. And Barry Van Peer's got that modus mentality, hasn't he? He's, took advantage of having that opportunity just to reset, and he's going along very nicely himself, 2 from 2.
He's kind of become the Harry Houdini of the Super Series today, hasn't he? The way he's got himself out of trouble twice. Yeah,
and that's the difference. Some days you get a bit of a rub of the green, and other days you don't. And today he's taken advantage of that. But solid ending to that match, wasn't it? 13 darter, and backed it up with an 11, 24 darts from 3-2 down.
Well, let's see how the table shapes up then following a couple of rounds of matches. Jelle Classen there, down there on 0 points. Can count himself perhaps a little bit unlucky in your view?
Yeah, a little bit unlucky that I pulled him out in the sweepstake. The Mason jinx there, alive and well. Yeah, he's just been a little bit unfortunate. You have to be said. He played okay in his opening game, but yeah, he's going to have to start his campaign now. We always say if you lose 3 games, you're in a bit of trouble early. And if you lose 3 over the course of 2 days, fine. You lose your opening 3 matches, it's pretty much over.
As far as Andy Bolton's concerned, well, he's put in the perennial average of the day, 104.66. And we knew at some point this week Andy Bolton would pull something like this out of the fire.
Yeah, it has had a 100 average, but a losing 100 average. So to see him perform that well is really good. He's worked hard this week, and he's obviously a bit uncomfortable, bit of an injury. But yeah, stunning performance, 104 plus, his highest ever here at the Super Series, and his highest ever recorded average on television.
Oh, certainly. Well, let's get to know Andy a little bit better, shall we? Because we caught up with him earlier on this week to find out a little bit more about his darting career.
Andy Bolton, darts player. I don't know really. Well, to be honest, I moved house when I was about 15, and there was a dartboard left up in the house, and my mum and dad put it in my bedroom, and that's kind of how it all started, really. And then, obviously, once I was kind of late 17, really. There was a landlady called Mary, and she was like, "Oh, come and play for the darts team," and yeah, the rest is a long time ago. My biggest darts achievement, oof. Probably Lakeside was massive, but yeah, when I played my first Ali Pali, first game on of the whole tournament. It was a real buzz for me. Get to win that game and then play defending champ in Gary Anderson. It wasn't so much of a buzz, but yeah, it was. The atmosphere. Yeah, it's something I remember more than most. Yeah. My darting idol. Oh, that's a good one. Loved Jockey Wilson back in the day. Loved Bristow. Loved the confidence. And the guy I've never met, actually, Big Cliff Lazarenko, is kind of someone I remember, really enjoy watching him play, so.
Name.
Oh, the story behind it. So basically, when I was about 16, I started out as an MC. So I was the MC for Staffordshire, so it was just amazing at the time. I used to get paid £30 a day. With the Phil Taylors and when they played Glamorgan, the Leighton Reeses, and a lot of good players. And then that moved on. I would start for Cheshire, and then at the end of the weekend, if you like, we would have a sing-song, and then the X Factor came on the TV, and that's basically where it came from, really. I could have won the X Factor as well, so maybe that's it. No, it's not really.
Do you want to give us an example of how you could have won the X Factor?
But you haven't got, like, the right mark, the right I was going to say echo, but that doesn't sound
You
professional.
can do it a cappella.
Can I?
Yeah, you're into the camera. Bit of a
may-
cappella.
Maybe on Saturday night.
Oh, come on,
Yeah,
Andy.
come on.
Come on, Andy. Are you sure you don't want to?
I really want to, but I just don't think it'll sound good.
The camera's
I know
there.
the camera's there, the mic's there, but the audience isn't big enough. I just love everything about darts. It's like, it kind of takes over your life a little bit, and even when you're not playing, you're still looking at what's going on. My boy Bailey, he's started playing. He's only 13, but yeah, he's really right into it. And the social side of it. You meet great people, and I've played my whole life really, and yeah, just be nice to win something like this to get a bit of icing on the cake that I keep eating. That's the only thing I would like. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, darts is darts, and once it becomes part of your life, it is your life almost. So, but yeah, just want a bit of a cherry on the top. That's all I'm asking. Please, just a cherry.
In less than 48 hours' time, someone is going to be picking this trophy up and crowning themselves the MODUS Super Series champion. It currently bears the name of Luke Littler on it, and he's in Group B action tonight as he looks to defend his title. But this afternoon, we've seen Group C get underway. 6 matches already under our belts. This is what we've seen so far. 6 scintillating matches thus far. Rhys Robinson is yet to drop a leg in 8 played so far today. He's 2 from 2, as is Berry Van Peer, but in completely different circumstances, coming back from behind in both matches to go on and claim the points. So those are the games we've seen so far. This is how the table looks following 2 rounds of matches. Rhys Robinson and Berry Van Peer both at the top of a very uniform table so far. Andy Bolton and Patrick Vandenbogaerde both with a victory under their belts as well, whilst Jette Classen and René Eidams find themselves yet with a point to their name. So let's get the action back underway here at Champions Week. And we're going to see Andy Bolton in action. He's had the standout performance of the day so far, 104 average in his victory. He takes on Rhys Robinson, who is yet to concede a leg on the 4th day of action here at Champions Week at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So let's get the action underway, shall we? And head down to the commentary box where the former Players Champion Paul Nicholson is joined alongside the twice World Championship semi-finalist Chris Mason. Hello, guys.
Thank you, Henry. And yes, you've lined up this match very well because this promises much. When it comes to what we've seen so far this afternoon, we've seen the highest level of performance in a game from Andy, but the best overall performance in 2 games from Rhys Robinson. As far as Rhys is concerned, he'd love that trend to continue where he's not losing legs. Because not only is his points total going to thrive, his leg difference will as well. But you just get the feeling that more resistance is going to come his way against Andy Bolton, playing him for the 4th time this week, Mace.
Yeah, but I think what we've seen from Rhys, and there's plenty of examples to go on over the course of Group A, is when he has been pushed, he does find another gear. Maybe not late on, but that's improved.
First leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
You look at results and performance levels. We were casting our eye over the Challenge Tour. Of course, we have the leader of the Challenge Tour here in this group in Berry Van Peer, and it's actually James Hurrell who tops the performance metrics, but is down in 14th position. Yet Berry, who's 9th on that list, is topping the table.
Yeah, Rhys Robinson is averaging 87.2 for the Challenge Tour season. But as far as the first and second rounds this week, it's vastly better than that.
Yeah.
I think when you get a decent sample size of people in this format over the week, you do see their strengths and their weaknesses.
Yeah. More often than not, I get asked the question, "Oh, why haven't some of these players got tour cards?" And it
139.
They don't have a strong enough B game. Their A game is as good as anyone's, as we've seen already this week.
140.
Which is why you go into that in-depth look
82.
at range, which I find fascinating.
This is why you've got Andy Bolton on 82 after 9 darts. The A game is there. But is the 1-0 lead?
62.
Now you've got Robinson on 130 after 9 in a position to strike.
And he's been prolific on the finishes this week so far. More ton plus outs than
47.
any other player so
and
far.
he require 20.
Double 5.
No
You can
score.
see how annoyed he is. You can feel it.
83.
Well, he worked so hard to get into a winning position, and he's gifted an opportunity. Bullseye.
Game
And he's
shot in the
taken that
first leg.
opportunity.
Rhys Robinson.
A 15-dart breaker throw after 3 missed darts at doubles from Andy Bolton.
Second leg, it's Rhys to throw first. Game on.
Penny for the thoughts of X Factor after that first leg. It's now 9-0 for the day for Robinson.
And we talk about momentum and
180.
that winning mentality. Even when he shouldn't have won the leg, he still finds a way to win it with a wonderful bullseye
96.
finish. And then kicks off with a max just to almost Well, it's like getting a sickening body shot and then a check hook to the chin.
58.
Been seeing a lot of knockouts lately with liver punches, but they hurt.
Yeah, I stupidly was at Ricky Eidams'
60.
gym when he was training at the Phoenix with Billy Graham, and some of his friends encouraged me just to have a little move around with him, and he just let me have one of those
59.
shots. I can still feel it today, Nico.
From one of the best body punches in
Yeah,
the
I
history
know.
of boxing.
I know, well, that was a bit like my fish allergy, wasn't it? And then deciding to
140.
have fish, and then I went to the hospital, and they said, "What's wrong?" I said, "Oh, well, I decided to have cod and chips." "Did you eat it all?" "Oh, yeah." The doctors look, well, a penny for his thoughts and a penny for the thoughts
180.
of Andy Bolton as Reece Robinson hits his second max of the leg.
105.
Still doing the right
Reach you
things.
require 24.
That I like to see, just in case Robinson slips.
Loves double six. Ooh, does he like double three?
18.
Well, when he qualified through
And he
his week, it
require
was
100.
double three that he hit to get here, but he did it on dart 2 on double three, didn't he?
Yep.
This is why Bolton did what he did.
80.
He's missed his chance. He
Should
did
be-
everything right, just poising himself
Rishi
to be there
requires
just in
6.
case, and he couldn't rubber stamp leg 2.
Yeah, went for the 25, or went for the ball in it, the 25, to give him that opportunity at a 2-dart finish.
4.
And he's still going to get another go to level the match.
And you require 20.
Already, this is a very up and down game. He puts it
Game
right
shot on the
this
second
time.
leg. Andy Bolton.
And leg 1 is all but forgotten now as we go into a best of 5 match from here.
2 180s
Third
in the
leg is
leg and
Andy
still
to throw
lose it.
first. Game on.
It's got to frustrate him, and that's the first leg he's lost today.
What's the first word that comes to mind for you, Mace, when you say losing a leg with 2 180s in it? Yuck.
Yeah, something like that.
134.
Well, it rhymes with yuck.
Just get back to normal, Reese, and just try and cultivate
140.
a chance for yourself again after you've lost your first leg of the day in round 3. That's a very positive statement.
Yep. And again, it's just, well, I keep playing like
99.
I'm playing. I'm going to create opportunities. If I take them all, I win every match.
If you were trying to pick 3 players to come through Group
60.
C, if that was possible, you'd be talking about all of the graduates from Group A at the minute. You'd be
Absolutely.
talking about Van Peer, Bolton and Robinson.
Yep.
Of that, there is no question.
Absolutely.
But because there's only 2,
30.
that's what makes this group so intriguing. Someone who graduates from Group A is not going to make the cut.
57.
Who would your 2 be at this moment?
Robinson, because he's got the start and he's got the explosiveness.
60.
And only just, I'd say, Bolton. Only just, because I know that Van Peer's won 2 games by 4 legs to 3, but he's found himself in trouble a lot. I just get the feeling that Bolton's experience might just come into it.
85.
Yeah, I get that. Miscount from Robinson.
We did liken Reece Robinson to
82.
Dave Pallett a little bit earlier this week because he's a Maverick-style finisher. And I remember in Southampton when we had the Super Series down there, and Pallett started with a 171.
99.
Then he got
And you
another
require
one
96.
to leave 159 after 6, just to say, you know what, I don't want a 9-darter. Andy wants double 18, though.
Double 9. Oh,
Game
gets
shot on
it.
the third leg.
Back
Andy
to back
Bolton.
legs. Good response.
Could have been 3-0.
Fourth leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
Look at me, he takes a 2-1 lead. Here's me saying it could have been 3-0. Talk about the glass being half empty.
134.
This game has been really good so far. Played at a nice level between 90 and 92. And I get the feeling that's going to improve.
Yeah, it's got a nice rhythm to it. Nice tempo.
140.
I mentioned this is their 4th meeting of the week. Robinson had the measure of Bolton in the first 2 games of this week.
180.
Winning by 4 legs to 2 and 4 legs to 1. But yesterday, Bolton figured it out. He got a 4-2 victory himself over Reese, which could have been one of the reasons why he didn't get into Group B.
Yep.
140.
Back-to-back 140s for Bolton, but the 180 is the difference between the two here.
How many 180s is Reese going to get this week then? Because he started with 31. He's got 3 in this game.
Well, he has the potential to go well into the 50s,
140.
if not beyond.
Reese, you require 130.
Somebody dust off that record, but we might need it by the end of the week.
Oh, this would hurt. It's been a great leg from Bolton against the darts. 3 140s. Might not get a go at this 81.
105.
Andy Bolton looking over his
And you
shoulder to see
require
what
81.
he needed. He needs 57 or 45 and double 18.
Double 9 again.
63.
Not this time. You can see the
Reese, you
frustration.
require
He
25.
knows that getting 2 points against Robinson is also denying him 2 points, which makes things very interesting.
Game
now
shot
it's
for
2-2.
Reese Robinson.
And you got to say it, Bolton's had a shot in every leg. He could have won this 4-0.
Yep. And fairly
Fifth leg
comfortably.
is Andy to throw first. Game on.
A penny for the thoughts of someone like Jelle Classen, who was in a strong position against Barry Van Peer in game 2.
137.
He hasn't got any points after 2 rounds. We'll see what he does against Rennie Eidams next. He will be the favourite for that game.
60.
Lots of darts action this weekend.
100.
Tomorrow morning. Is it tomorrow morning the New Zealand event starts?
Yeah, lots of Kiwis, lots of Aussies. You're the superstars of the game playing in
100.
Hamilton in New South Wales. Oh, sorry, in New Zealand. I got that wrong because it's New South Wales next week.
Yeah, Belgium Open as well this weekend,
59.
as well as all the ADC events, and of course the finale of Series 4 Saturday night. Why don't you join us? There is a few tickets left, not many.
60.
Have to be quick. Head over to www.dartshop.tv. Tickets are free. It's just a £2 booking fee. Or if you do have the ability
130.
to scan that QR code, it will take you straight there. Another solid leg from Bolton, down to 75 after 12.
98.3 the average.
Well, he's backing up the 104, isn't he, Nico?
96.
Very much so
and he
in the
requires
scoring
75.
department, but he's letting himself down at the end of legs. For 3-2 up.
35.
At least this time he will come back. He's now missed 9 darts at a double in this game, and not many times are you going to miss that many darts at double in a game in Champions. We can get
77.
away with it.
And he require 40.
But this might be one of those games.
No score.
Ooh.
Reese, you require
That is
108.
2 from 14. Could have won this 5-0. Never mind 4-0.
All the 18s. Oh
Game shot on
no,
the fifth leg. Reese
says Andy.
Robinson.
3 from 9 for Robinson, and he's got a lead. And Andy's just looked at the jockey as if to
Sixth leg,
say,
it's Reese to throw
just
first.
take it.
Game
I'm
on.
giving it to you. I have to agree with Andy.
Yep.
He's laying it on a silver platter for Robinson. It's like that old line from Richie Burnett, one of our good friends here at the
94.
MODUS Super Series. He came away from a best of 11 match with someone at the Pro Tour. He lost 6-3 and he said, he should have won 9-0.
60.
I say, should have won this 5-0, and it's only a race to 4.
Every now and again, you're going to get a game in this format which feels like a bit of a gift. Someone who doesn't
100.
take full advantage of their opportunities.
Well, I'm sure we've both had many that you walk away and it didn't matter what you did. You were just not winning that game.
140.
You just weren't going to win it.
And on the other side of things, you walk away from a game and you think, oh, how did I win that one?
Yep. Exactly
40.
that. And that'll be one of those here for Reece Robinson if he goes on to turn the 3-2 lead into 2 points.
But what would it say about Bolton
100.
if he could still win this game? Even with all of the turmoil on the outer ring.
$59.
Still in control against the darts here. Don't tell me he's going to get a dart double in every leg and lose it. That would be a horrible feeling for him. Got to be careful here.
39.
Made a
And
mess
he
of that.
requires 67.
Yeah, that was a bit careless. This one's got to be a bit more tidy. Let's put it that way. And it
Game
is.
shot on the 6th leg. Andy Bolton.
That improves his percentage on doubles to 20%. And for the first time this week, they're going to have a last leg shootout.
It's Andy to throw first. Game on.
6 points separate them in terms of the averages. 93.5 for Andy Bolton, 87.5 for Reece Robinson.
I've been staring at that trophy all day long, Mace. And for some reason, it's jogged my memory about something. It almost looks like Harley Quinn from Suicide Squad because of the tassels.
180.
If she was up on that balcony, pal, I wouldn't be sat here. A 4th max
85.
for the juice, Reece Robinson.
Oh, what's he up to? When Andy looks up,
140.
he's not going to be happy. He has got a canyon to close between himself and Sugar.
42.
And that's not going to cut it. So it looks very much like Reece is going to get 3 wins from 3 games. This is a monstrous leg in a last leg shootout.
127.
Had he hit the treble 7, he'd have been on a 10.
Yeah, I've had a 10 darter this week from Steve West. A multitude of 11s.
Reece you
Westy
require
back in
54.
action this evening. Don't forget, 10 p.m. Sporty Stuff TV.
Tops for Robinson.
Game,
Well, here's to
shot,
you, Mr.
and a
Robinson.
match, Reece Robinson.
Looking very good. 4-3 this time, not 4-0, but Andy Bolton will be cursing himself after all of those missed chances at the outer ring. 12 of them, as you can see. He had a very healthy average, but ultimately he couldn't break Robinson at the end, who was just too strong. When we come back, there will be Classen looking for his first points, alongside Eidams, who is also looking for that.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back. And up next, the only 2 players in this Group C without a win so far. They've both played 2 matches And they've both been on the wrong end of a defeat. Classen going down 4-3 to Barry Van Peer. Reece Robinson taking care of Rennie 4-0. And then Andy Bolton getting the better of Classen 4-2. Rennie narrowly going down to Barry Van Peer 4-3.
He was 3-1 up in that game, but always seemed to be the second best player. It's almost as if Berry was waiting for a time to sprint. He did. He got the points. And now the Cube goes up against the Cobra. See who gets the 2 points in this middle match of Group C's day. Don't know if you saw the hometown there of Renee Eidams, Chris, but it's
52.
I think pronounced Hagen, but it looks like Hagen. It's a bit like that very famous Hall of Fame golfer known as Walter Hagen.
60.
He was a golfer.
I thought it was where that wonderful ice cream comes from.
That one's got 2 ears. You're close, though.
I know.
60.
Good. Are you hungry?
Always.
You keep bringing up the food.
Well, you know the scenario when you sit down and eat a
125.
big meal like we did last night. Always hungry the next day.
Hungry for darts on a Thursday. We've come to the right place. 25 games for you.
58.
Yeah, Walter Hagen, what a golfer. Actually featured as a true character
65.
in the fictional movie, which was featuring Matt Damon and Will Smith. You ever seen Bag of Ants?
No.
140.
I'll
Yellow
send you a
require
link.
160.
Even Yella started thinking about taking up golf, you know. You've
85.
seen a lot of top dart players taking it up, thinking it's good for their game, it's good for getting outside and good for exercise.
Yeah, it's definitely on
91.
my bucket
Yellow
list.
require 75.
Certainly going to get involved at some point.
55. Renee require 100.
Well, this would sting. Where's he going to go? He's got
60.
a miss so far
Yellow
today
require
that
20.
is very similar to that of Van Peer the last couple of days. It's been low.
No score.
There is a risk this game could get quite
Renee require
messy at
40.
times because they have had their confidence dented in the first couple of rounds.
Yep. You've got to try and
Game
forget
shot on the
that.
first leg. Renee Eidams.
Maybe a change in mentality. It's a 20-dart breaker throw after 3 missed
Second leg,
opportunities.
it's Renee to throw first. Game on.
The Yellow Classen, and that's been a bit of a theme today.
38.
How many points are these players going to have to get by the end of Thursday to feel
59.
like they can still get through this group?
Well, I think whoever loses this game, they're out the reckoning for me for a top 2
180.
position and qualification into Saturday night, because
119.
I think the ones above them are just superior. And the numbers back that up. What's going on here, Rennie?
140.
Flick the switch, Nico.
Every time you say Rennie, I think of Allo Allo. Nobody hiding in the closet.
139. Renee require
I could make Allo Allo
143.
jokes till the cows come home, but I'm not going to. Because this is not a laughing matter.
Not for Yellow Classen, that's for sure.
91.
I'm sure he had aspirations of not just qualifying for Saturday night, but winning this group.
46.
Now listen very carefully,
Renee,
Mason.
you
I'm going
require
to say this only
52.
once. 52 for Renee Eidams.
They don't make them like that anymore, pal, do
Game
they?
shot on the second leg. Renee
That's a
Eidams.
much better leg. 15-dart hold, 2-0.
I think there's a lot of people out
Third
there
leg,
who
it's Yellow
didn't
to
get
throw
that joke.
first.
No.
Game on.
It's a pity we didn't start a bit earlier. Could have said good morning.
93.
And one thing that Rene wants to do over the next couple of days is give us the opportunity of saying Guten
100.
Abend when it comes to Saturday night. If he was to get through this group, it would be a monstrous achievement for him,
96.
considering who's in front of him. But this is an unexpected 2-0 lead. Many people would have gone for Classen in this one. How did the bookies have this
45.
one, miss?
Well, they made Classen the 4-9 favourite. Eidams was the
56.
13-8 dog in this race. At the moment, it's all one-way traffic.
René Eidam ist das Hund.
59.
He's being hunted at the minute by the Cobra, but
44.
Klassen's coming up a little bit short here. Got to be resilient in these groups. He has plenty of experience in many different
140.
atmospheres. And this is its own atmosphere. Don't forget about that. It's very silent in there.
125. Rene, you require 157.
Well, it's almost the perfect environment to play your best darts. There's absolutely no distractions.
57.
It's
Yellow, you
just
require
the
87.
opponent, the referee, and the board. Long way off.
69.
Long way
Rene, you
off.
require
Dragged
100.
inside and then over pitched.
I don't think I've ever seen him throw a dart at double 18 and missed it by that much. Oh, that was natural.
80.
He threw that
Yellow, you
so
require
quickly.
18.
Should be a good guide. Wow.
No
That
score.
second dart was horrifying because it really
Rene, you
did cover the
require
bed.
20.
Nothing is going his way. It went from a beautiful guide to a nightmare. But at least there's
No
another
score.
chapter.
Yellow, you require 18.
What's he going to do? Is he going to split it this time?
Well, at least that's far enough out of the way. Now, that should be a good... Well,
9.
you have to just get somewhere near
Rene,
that
you
dart and it would
require
have
20.
bumped in. Oh, wow. 122.
No
That's
score.
lazy.
Yellow, you require
I'm not often
9.
sitting in the commentary booth and saying anything like that, but that was a lazy dart from Rene. Double 2.
7.
How is Eidams coming back?
Rene, you
For
require
visit
20.
9.
Longest leg of the week.
Game shot on the third leg. Rene Eidams.
Well, we may now have a look at the daily stats tomorrow, and it's below where we would have hoped. That leg will
Fourth leg, it's Rene to throw
be
first.
partly
Game on.
responsible.
You've got one player on stage right now who feels like he's just been thrown off Niagara Falls. And the other one is feeling as lucky
43.
as a Euro Millions lottery winner. Klassen's had 13 darts at a double and not hit any. Eidams has had 10 shots and hit 3.
93.
This is not what I expected to see from Game 8. I have to say at this juncture, based on the sample size of
58.
today alone, these two aren't qualifying with this stuff.
No.
Other people are just looking more likely. They're looking sharper.
81.
And it's the three, for me, that had the advantage of playing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
And the reason they were in Monday was on merit because
59.
their averages from qualifying were higher than those who qualified only going through Group C and Group B this week.
Yeah, the 6
84.
players with the highest metrics were the 6 players involved in Group A. This is better. So much tempo to that.
180.
It was always a max after dart 1.
This is one of those games where you think you could
99.
throw
Rene,
3
you require
porcupines
161.
and you wouldn't win.
Yep. Well, very much like Bolton against
59.
Reese in the
Yellow,
previous
you
game.
require 144.
Could be the Story of the round. Oh, this would be so ironic.
Game shot on the
my
fourth leg.
words.
Yellow
Some
Classen.
Where has he plucked that from?
Some starts up in one visit, that, Nickel.
How many people have said in his career over the last
Fifth leg, it's
15
yellow
to
to throw
17
first.
years
Game on.
that he's more comfortable on combination shots than a double with 3 in hand? Well, that actually proves it.
that's 6 perfect darts from nowhere.
180.
And all he needs to do now for a reverse 9 is hit a 177 here.
Yeah. 2 treble 20s,
98.
treble 19.
We'll just play it in reverse and say we've got a 9 darter this week.
55.
I wouldn't put out of the question here Classen winning this game 4-3 if he finds a bit of a hot spell in the same sort of way that Berry did against Rene in game 6.
Yeah, well,
100.
Rene's only averaging 76, so Classen just has to put sort of 10 on the 77 and he will get opportunities to win the match.
Yeah, more often than not,
96.
we've seen games where you're 3-0 down and you think there's no way back. There's a way back in this game.
Absolutely. It's not like Rene's averaging mid-90s, which would mean that
139. Yellow, you require
Classen would start having
170.
to produce 4 visit legs.
56.
Well, that's not enough.
Rene, you require 164.
Not enough to take the pressure off, at least. But at least he's coming back. 86 left.
96. Yellow, you require 114.
This is to save the match again.
Treble 18 gets it, tops. Gets
Game
that.
shot on the fifth leg.
Well,
Yellow
back to back.
Classen.
Couldn't hit a double. Couldn't buy a double. And back to back ton plus finishes. 144 followed by a 114. Back to back 15s.
Sixth leg, it's Rene to throw first. Game on.
Earlier in this bout, he couldn't land a blow, and now he's landing nothing but combinations.
You called it, Nico.
140.
He likes a finish ending in 4. If we believe in the patterns.
140.
144, 114, so the next one's going to be 84.
Well, Steve West would disagree because in the 4th match and in the 4th leg, he missed 24 for the 9.
58.
Well, that ends in a 4.
134.
And that's the kind of visit he really needs. Needs to put his foot down in the old 2 treble department.
Yep.
There hasn't been a great deal of that in this game from Yella. Only 2 visits of 140 or more.
100.
And one of those was a finish.
Yeah. That's plumb for him. Well,
100.
you can see the reaction. That first dart. If you wanted to place a dart in there and you were Yellow Classen, you put it exactly where it was.
He's had a couple of deflections in this game that he's not been happy about.
58.
But those deflections are
require
going to happen with the
127.
type of equipment he's got.
The dart's very aggressive, isn't it? And it
95.
tapered towards the
Rene, you
end.
require 145.
If he had a dart like our friend Patrick, that deflection wouldn't happen.
135.
Well, that's an interesting leave.
Yellow,
He
you
did have a
require
shot for the
32.
match there on 45 tops. But
Game
now we've
shot on the
got
sixth leg,
3-3.
Yellow Classen.
Well, Nico, this is some response because it's winning legs of 15,
7th and
15
final
and
leg. It's Yellow to
14.
throw first. Game
When he
on.
was averaging in the 60s, wasn't he?
Yeah, 67 at one point. But he's lifted it
93.
really well to be 0.2 behind that of Rene Eidams, who himself has actually lifted his level
48.
since that disastrous leg.
$58.
I'm going to give you 2 scenarios now. If you're Classen and you don't win this match, would you rather have lost it 4-0 or 4-3?
I think he can take nothing but
58.
positives from leg 4 onwards. And that's all he can do. I mean, a 144 finish, a
59.
114. Back-to-back 15s, then a 14 darter to stay in it with a breaker throw. That's all positives.
Now, this is all about
100.
having the right mindset at this stage.
Yeah, not forcing the situation.
Yeah, Jelle Classen doesn't have to be better than Rhys Robinson
93.
and Barry Van Peer in this game. He's got to be better than Eidams. And at the minute, he's better than Eidams. You don't get any extra credit for averages in this game, but if he comes out as a 4-3 victor after being
94.
3-0 down, he should pat himself on the back.
Yeah. Well, give him confidence going forward.
100.
How he's performed from leg 4 onwards is how he's going to need to perform over the next 2 days to qualify.
100.
Renier decides
Yellow
not to
required,
use the ball in the
98.
last start, which could be fatal. So the double-double doesn't
38.
work. And Eidams
Renier
gets a
required,
chance to win the
101.
match again. 145 didn't go in the previous leg. This is a little easier. 1 darted double.
66.
That really was edgy.
Yellow you require.
And it just goes to
60.
show if he'd left 96, he would have got 2 darts. Double 10. Wow,
Game,
what
shot,
a
and a
performance
match
from
for Jelle
Classen.
Classen.
Hangs on to the very end to win his first 2 points of the day. It's only an 80 average, but look at how many darts at double he had. 19, but ultimately, I think he got his first hit when it was the 14th. So it's been pretty good since leg 4. We will move forward in round 3 now, and it will be Barry Van Peer against Patrick Vandenbogaerde in an all-Dutch clash.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And we are now going to put the full stop on round number 3 of Group C here in Champions Week. This 28-year-old from the Netherlands will take on this 26-year-old from the Netherlands now. Bionic has been better here today than the first 3 days of the week.
First leg is
He's
Patrick
currently
to throw
undefeated.
first. Game
And
on.
he'd like that to remain before he takes on a certain Reece Robinson a little bit later on today.
11-8, Patrick for this one. Barry, the
70.
8-15 favourite. That's not moved, which has surprised me because of his performance levels so
45.
far today.
Speaking of performance levels, you've been crunching the numbers with the Jelle Classen performance towards the end of that 4-3 win against Rennie Eidams. It was pretty good towards the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, from leg 4 onwards, he averaged in excess of 92 after being 3-0 down.
85.
Winning legs of 15, 15, 14 and a 21. Had, of course, it have been around the 15 or 16 dart mark, it would have been in excess of a ton during that period, but he did the damage in legs 4, 5 and 6. Just knocked the stuffing out of Eidams, who
57.
did have a dart
Patrick,
at
you
the
require 157.
101, but it was badly pulled.
It has been a feature of today so far, people getting match darts and not using them.
119.
4 games that have gone the distance so far.
100.
As for this
Patrick,
one,
you require 38.
It'll be interesting to see if it does. Double 16.
Game shot on the first
Bogaerde.
leg. Patrick Vandenbogaerde.
Just a sound effect. It's good, isn't it?
Second leg is Barry.
Let's embrace it. Let's face
Game
facts,
on.
okay? I want to put something out there. Michael van Gerwen is not called Michael van Gerwen. It's Mikael van Gerwen. That's how it's pronounced in
58.
Dutch. I'm sure Barry van Peer is Barry van Peer. But it's Patrick Vandenbogaerde. But we have started
82.
this thing here at the MODUS Super Series where he's called Bogaerde. Thank you, Paul Hinks.
134.
Somebody told me that he went home to the Netherlands after winning his week. And everybody started talking about it.
Yeah, and calling him Bogaerde.
96.
Mel B. That's how she'd say it, isn't it?
$139.
Good counting there from Van Peer. You see that sort of approach work with the 19s and the 25 in ball.
100. Barry require
So
170.
ubiquitously done now. It's almost become the norm.
Yeah, it's just
46.
casual. We see it so often. The players are conscious of leaving a finish, even though their opponent
81.
can't do anything
Barry
to leave a
require
finish.
124.
I think it's just getting into good habits.
Yeah, because, well, 9 times out of 10, your opponent will be on a finish at the level nowadays. This is beautiful.
Game shot on the second leg. Barry Van Peer.
Another 4 on the end, Nico.
Yeah, I'm disappointed. I've got to be honest. His opponent's on a
Third leg
finish.
is Patrick to throw
Barry's got
first.
124 and he
Game
didn't go
on.
treble 14. In the past, he has made that shot his own, where he goes 42-42 double top, and he didn't do it. He's let me down. But it was
58.
a great shot, I will say that. 1-1.
It's been 2 good legs. 14 darter from Patrick,
97.
followed by a 15 and a 1-2-4 out for Barry Van Peer. And he's more than up and running today. Barry Van Peer, a completely
100.
different look to the one he had on Monday, where it was a seriously tough day for himself and Andy Bolton.
60.
I think Bolton will be the one that's feeling a little aggrieved so far today with just 2 points.
Incredibly fair. I think we're seeing a big difference in quality between
96.
the Group A graduators and the rest. But what we'll see in the table, if Berry wins this game,
90.
is a bit of a stream between the top two and the rest, because it could be Robinson and Berry on 6 points, 3 players on 2, and 1 person on 0.
59.
There's a real risk in this group in Champions Week that people could be qualified by possibly round 7, which is the second game of tomorrow.
Yep. I completely agree, Nico. I don't think we're going to see too much in terms of surprises from here on in.
Now, things were encouraging earlier. If you weren't joining us on the MODUS Super
58.
Series YouTube channel,
Why not?
you didn't see Patrick win his first game 4-3 against Bolton. And that's one of the reasons why he will feel aggrieved.
140. Patrick, you require 130.
Yeah, Bolton had a dart to win that one. He defeated Classen and then had an opportunity to beat Robinson, and he went down 4-3.
Got an opportunity here, and he takes it on the
Range
130.
third leg. Patrick
On the bullseye
Vandenbogaerde.
for 2-1. He's gone full simple minds there. Don't you forget about me.
Fourth leg, it's Berry to throw first. Game on.
No, we won't forget about you, Patrick. You're part of Super Series DNA now.
180.
That's been part of the Super Series DNA this Champions Week. 180s. Not had any real monstrous
96.
finishes, but we've had loads of those 3-dart combination
100.
finishes up to and including a 156.
Maybe we should have, in the next Champions Week, towards the end of 2023, a bingo card made
100.
of the finishes hit in Champions Week. Because this week you would have got a 130, you would have got a 124,
140.
a 131, a 140 twice,
A 138,
a 156.
a 144,
It sounds like we're singing.
154,
126. Berry require
120.
81.
22, 132, of course. That beautiful finish from Jerome.
41.
Well, Patrick is not on a finish here. And it does look like this game is going to go at least 6 legs.
Incredibly, Nico, we only had 4 ton plus finishes
95.
Monday.
Berry require 40.
And 10 on Tuesday.
Starting to sound like Craig David.
20. Patrick, you require
Well, this would
84.
sting because that first start at tops for Berry, it was so low. Lower than a limbo dancer. The old 16s route.
Yeah, 48-36. Don't see that too often. But it worked.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
This
Patrick
is a really,
Vandenbogaerde.
really hot performance.
Isn't it just 96 the average? This is way above what we'd expect from Patrick.
Yeah, well, he did
Fifth
this
leg
in the
is
opening
Patrick to
game,
throw
didn't he? He
first.
tailed off
Game
towards the
on.
end and ended up with an 88, but he was hovering around 96, 97 for large parts of that match.
He's had 3 games off, Mace. Maybe he's had a little nap, considering he's had no sleep the last 24 hours. Whatever he's done, it works.
180.
It's his first of the match, and he's got control. And this is a bit of a shock. I was amazed
60.
the price on Berry Vampire hadn't shortened. It's mainly due to the fact that last time out, Patrick was drubbed 4-0 by Robinson. where
55.
He averaged 84.
60.
This wouldn't just be a good result for Patrick. This would be a good result for many people. Just to stop Berry from getting to 6 points and making the second position
55.
in the table a bit more competitive.
Yeah, it's only the top 2 that go through, and at the moment, it'll be Reese Robinson
134.
out on top on his own on 6 points if Berry gets beaten from this position.
We could have quite a lot of Dutch players in the
133.
finals on Saturday. If we get 2 Dutch players coming through this group, adding to the winner of Group A in Jeroen Mioch, that's 3.
I have to get Vincent Vandenbogaerde down to commentate.
133. Patrick, you require 78.
Well, the good thing is, for English darts fans, is that they have plenty of representation tonight in Osborne, in West, in Littler.
38.
It's another
Berry
finish with a 4 on the end,
14.
Nico. Hold on to your hats. This is to stay in the match. Shaking out any kind of tension in the arm.
Still on. No longer. The undefeated streak
74.
on
Patrick, you
Thursday
require
should
40.
be shattered at 2. Very, very good.
And a match. Patrick
An average
Vandenbogaerde.
over 94. And the winner of week 11 gets the win over one of the fancied players here in Group C in Champions Week. And he thoroughly deserved it. He only missed one darted double in the whole match. And that was in that final visit where he took that double top for that 4-1 win. 3 rounds are now completed. And when we come back, it will be Rhys Robinson looking to continue his train of thought and of wins through Jelle Classen in Game 10, which is after this.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
The MODUS Super Series, where we have 3 rounds of fixtures down here in Group C on this Thursday afternoon. This is what we have seen so far. Just before the break, it was a first defeat of the day for Barry van Peer. So his imperious streak has come to an end. This is how the table looks then, following 3 rounds of fixtures apiece. And it's Rhys Robinson, the only player now left unbeaten, whilst for Patrick Vandenbogaerde, he has moved himself on to 4 points himself. Right, next up for us, Rhys Robinson, the unbeaten man in action, up against Jelle Classen, who picked up his first victory last time out. Watching this one, Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, we've just seen the end of one unbeaten run come to an end. Can Jelle Classen, Nico, bring Robinson's streak to an end?
Is that a yes or no question?
It is.
You're not giving me any choice here, are you? I'm gonna.
There's no draw in this game, pal.
Do you know what?
First
I'm
leg
going to
is
go
Rhys to
yes.
throw first. Game on.
I am going to go yes because of the way he ended his previous game. I think the way he came through the Rene Eidams match, I think he will feel much better about his chances of getting the victory here. And on top of that,
43.
even though I said earlier on today, I think Rhys's engine is better than previously in week 13.
55.
I just get the feeling that they're overlapping in two different aspects here, and maybe Classen will edge this one in 7 legs.
60.
Well, you're very precise, Nico. Do you want to tell me which double he hits to get over the line?
137.
Off an 81 checkout.
Only one meeting between these two, and it was both when they were tour card holders. It was the last 64 of Players' Championship 30 back in
139.
October of 2019. And as we're going down that precise route, it was the 15th of October, and it was a 6-3 win for Yellow Classen.
140.
Sadly,
Yellow
I can't
require
tell you
170.
what double the winning double was. Maybe it was double 13.
56.
With the amount of creativity that Yellow has in his game, it could be any double. But then again, we're looking at a person who hit a 180 to leave double one earlier in the week.
He's been mustered on the ball.
140. Yellow require
Yellow Classen today.
114.
Not getting a shot at tops, and Robinson
58.
is in
Rishi require
all the first
56.
legs.
I can't believe he didn't go double 8 tops.
46. Yellow you require 56.
2 valuable misses. And Classen goes 16 for tops. But he
Game shot on the
hits.
first leg. Yellow Classen.
Well, for the want of a better song, here's to you, Mr. Robinson. Yellow loves
Second
you
leg
more
is
than
yellow
you
to
will
throw
know
First, game on.
for missing those doubles.
Well, it was a theme that got him in all sorts of trouble, wasn't it, in the
140.
opening stages of that running Eidams match. But he certainly put it right, because his finishing was near on spotless. Oh, it's the flight.
You know what movie that was from, that song?
60.
The Graduate.
Oh.
Who's going to be the graduate through this group then?
One
of Dustin Hoffman's biggest roles.
180.
Yeah, great film.
Klassen's making his move. Looks like a very
97.
different player to that of the early stages of Game 8. And maybe the fact that he's only had to wait one game between that victory and this one
55.
will help him.
Yep, I agree.
A
58.
lot of the time in these qualifying weeks,
26.
these Dutch players are the only people from their country in that room.
94.
I get the feeling that these Dutch boys are really comfortable today being surrounded by people they know really well and speak the same language. The only person who is from England
77.
or representing
Yellow you
England
require 32.
here in this group is Reese.
Game shot on
And
the
he's
second
2-0
leg.
down,
Yellow Classen.
courtesy of that 13 darter from Classen.
Classy from Classen there. 180 in the leg as well.
Third leg is
Did you
Reese to
just
throw
go full on
first.
Stuart Pike
Game
there?
on.
Classy, Classen.
Just the one Classy is more than enough. Looking at their 12 monthly averages, 87.06 for Classen,
58.
85.24 for Reese Robinson. 180 count, 88 for Robinson, who's an absolute bucket load this week.
58.
220 for Classen.
He does play a lot of darts, though. He's played European Tour this year,
Yeah.
WDF tournaments, and he has won events.
140.
He's played Challenge Tour, Pro Tour. Here, he's been everywhere.
96.
Very much. Have bag will travel. 38 now, Yellow Classen.
95.
I bet he hasn't seen much of his partner, Nanka, and his children this year. He's been all over the place.
135.
Probably sick of going across the English Channel. But then again, he's been doing it for the best part of 2 decades.
Yeah. His passport will be well stamped up.
You know how people get a passport for 10 years? Dart players and some sports people need a passport every 3 or 4
84.
years because they run out of pages.
Yeah, when I was doing
100.
regular trips over the States and
124.
Canada, I used to get your visa in there. I think I had one for
88.
just approaching 5 years, and there's no
112.
room left. I have to get another one.
Treble 18 for double 19.
74.
Good thinking.
Another example,
Reach you
Nico,
require
of his
36.
creativity. Didn't even have to think.
Game
Well, that
shot on the
one's in. He
third
didn't
leg.
need
Reece Robinson.
any sort of guide in the end because the first start was nowhere near a guide. But at least he's stopped the rot at 2 legs.
Fourth leg, it's Yeller to throw
Classen
first.
did have his chance
Game
for
on.
3-0. Just missed out.
134.
Well,
What are your thoughts on Classen going forward? Because it is 17 years since he became a world champion. He has
56.
won tournaments on different sides of the darting calendar. It's not really a divide anymore.
45.
He's won weekly titles with us. He's won in the WDF circuit over the last few seasons. Where do you see his career going in the next 2 years?
128.
I think he's very much a player that he's erratic.
134.
But that obviously is a disadvantage and an advantage. He can go on streaks like we've seen evidence of today already.
96.
I just think where the game is now at the very elite level, and
98.
that darts is knockout darts. I just think that those that have got a real under par performance in the locker
125.
get found out.
Yellow, you
You're
require
not
90.
going to. Back in my day, you could almost get away with a
40.
poor one. Nowadays,
You require
you can't.
96.
You get found out.
Let's see what you like about his effort at 90, whether you think going for the bull first was the right thing to do or not. It doesn't
Game
matter
shot on the
anymore.
fourth leg.
Because
Reece
Robinson makes him pay for not taking it out.
I think in out-and-out ability, he's got absolutely bags of it, hasn't he, Classen?
Fifth leg is
no
Reece
doubt
to throw
about that.
first.
And listen,
Game
he's
on.
a former world champion, which is something that will always be on the resume. But
91.
if he does get a tour card back, I think it will be all about just trying to eliminate
180.
poor performances, and some players are just built that the nature of their throw, everything has to be perfect.
140.
And there's a lot going on with the Classen throw. Oh, look at this.
140.
Jinxie.
He's got other achievements in his career. He won the Dutch Open in 2022 and he won the Irish Open. And he
41.
did something by winning that tournament that not many people have done, if any.
140.
It means he had won a WDF ranked event and a PDC ranked event in the same room.
97. Yellow, you require 41.
In the same city, of course, in Killarney.
That's a great shout.
25. Reach, you require 132.
You mentioned that we've had a 1-3-2 this week from Jerome Miak. Are we getting another? Classen thinks we are. He was
107.
wrong.
Yellow, you require 16.
Just went the wrong side. Oh dear, oh dear.
Somebody get the hook in the chain.
No
Went
score.
for the top part of it. I don't
Reach, you
blame him.
require 25.
That was a really hard shot.
He's been going 1 double 12. Yep, goes that way again. Likes it over here.
Game shot on the fifth
That's
leg.
white.
Reece Robinson.
17 dart hold and 3 on the spin.
That was a really obvious
Six-legged Yellow
apology.
to throw first.
It's almost
Game
like I'm
on.
going to go to the board. I'm going to get my darts. Oh, by the way, I'm so sorry I won that leg. So many
60.
apologies you see from dart players. It's just flitting. Quite cursory. That one was bold.
He knows he was it's brought a smile to the face of Classen. He's probably thinking to himself, why are you saying sorry? I'm one of those that sort of acknowledges
140.
my good fortune. Maybe just like a little hand up, but certainly no eye contact.
I don't know what it says about me. I've never apologised for a thing in my career.
140.
He got himself out of a hole against Eidams.
59.
This is a deeper hole.
Only 1-4 on the spin against Rene. And Robinson's repaying the favour here. He's 1-3 on the spin. And he's only 140 points away from making it 4. And making it 4 out of 4 for the day.
Reese, you require 140.
This is fast becoming Reese's group.
He's done this twice already this week.
100.
He just tees up tops, asking Yellow Classen the question.
Big shot this.
67.
Such a good dart, but it just didn't dip at the end.
40.
Gave it every chance. But Robinson seems to have all the pieces
and a match
to get this done. He wins by 4 legs to 2. It was a really good performance. You can see that he averaged over 90. Classen did have enough attempts, as you can see on the right-hand side. 2 out of 10, but ultimately he didn't find enough on the outer ring to make Reese pay. When we come back, Barry Van Peer will take on Andy Bolton for the 4th time this week.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back. Well, we've seen the unbeaten run of Robinson continue with 4 legs on the spin, trailed 2-0. Got the job done. Fortunately, Barry Van Peer's unbeaten run was undone by Patrick in the game before that one, but he's got a chance to get back on the horse here against Andy Bolton. They go 5-6 each of 2. I've got a feeling for Andy Bolton in this one.
So you're going against the darts in this one?
I am.
We haven't had somebody win against the
First
darts
leg is Berry to throw
since
Game on.
Andy's second round match, where he lost 4-3 to Reese Robinson. But when you consider he's got 8 points from 8, that kind of makes sense. However, Andy had plenty of chances
96.
to put Reese away. Ultimately not with a match dart, but it was darts along the way.
Yeah, and Reese Robinson halfway there, should I say, to qualifications. He's got a 4-point lead over the field.
100.
That will be close to 2 if Barry Van Peer can beat Bolton. Or we might end up with Patrick, Berry, Andy Bolton all on 4 points.
42.
Reese's last game is against Berry in game 13. So it's this for Berry.
60.
Then we've got Eidams against Vandenbogaerde. Then we've got Van Peer against Robinson. Andy will have to wait until game 15 for his final game, which is Eidams. He's going to have to win that one no matter what happens here.
Yep.
$139.
All looks very easy. Barry Van Peer, all of a sudden, he's just flowing with a natural throw as opposed to any sort of aiming technique here. Double 16.
Game shot on the first
That's
leg.
more like
Barry
it.
Van Peer.
Very, very clean and tidy, that leg. 15 dart hold, another ton plus out.
Second leg is Andy to throw first. Game on.
Fourth meeting of the week. The last couple of days, Barry has won by 4 legs to 3.
96.
They played early on Monday and Bolton smashed him 4 legs to 0. That was on a morning where Barry was out of sorts.
131.
Wasn't really in the mood yet. And you know he should be in the mood come Monday morning of Champions Week, but for some reason Barry just took a bit of time to get going.
127.
I asked you the question on Monday morning, Mace, who was going to lift the trophy and get the 20 grand.
100.
At this stage, which is pretty much the halfway point of the week because this is session 4 of 8. Who is it now?
96.
Well, even though he is not yet qualified, I'm still sticking with my original selection in Luke Littler.
180.
You're saying everybody here in this group, they're not going to win it. You still think Littler's got the best chance?
60.
Yeah, I'm going with the,
Barry
the player with the
required
highest ceiling. He's proven here. He is yet not to win either a week to qualify
65.
or a week to win Champions
And do
Week.
you require 122?
He's 3 from 3. And I suggest he's going to make it 4 from 4. And 4 being the theme number at the moment.
You're talking about people doing really good things when qualifying. There are people here this week who have got exceptional records when it comes to making Saturday nights.
90.
But 100%.
Barry required
in
25.
winning? Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
And isn't that? It's the manner in which he has won on each
Game shot on the second
occasion.
leg. Barry Van Peer.
He just has a natural ability to almost switch through the gears when
Third
it's
leg is Barry to
absolutely
throw
needed.
first. Game on.
I think Andy is starting to realise that people are lifting their game. And if he's going to stick around this high
84.
80s, low 90s level, more often than not, he might get burnt. The one win he got today was with that 104 average. I hate to say it, but he's needing more of that right now, otherwise he's losing points.
Well, Barry Van Peer has not really been anywhere near this kind of number he's
46.
producing at the moment. He's averaging 102. So far today, he's averaged 85.
140.
89 and 90.
58.
And they're pretty good performances.
Yeah, they're decent numbers.
They're still good darts.
85.
But at the pinnacle of this series, we are asking the question to these players, can you register a performance that will tell everybody, I'm here to win this?
100.
You've seen what Littler's done when he's won a week. 109 in a final, 117 in a final. You might have to reach a new level to get that £20,000.
96.
Those paychecks don't come easy.
Certainly not, and so they shouldn't. We've got the best in terms of amateur darts or
58.
players without a tour card.
Barry require 96.
Players that have had tour cards for years. Players who are looking to re-establish themselves as part of the sports elite.
88.
I'm very disappointed in Berry. He didn't go full on Eric Claris there with 3 double 16s. That's what Eric would have done.
139.
Involved in the media side
Berry
of the game now,
require
isn't he?
Indeed he is.
In Belgium.
Very unassuming chap, very pleasant, very polite.
Was a fine player before he had a horrendous accident where he smashed his elbow to
Game shot on the third leg. Berry
smithereens,
Van
sadly.
Heer.
Now, Berry is smashing Andy's chances to smithereens right here.
Yep.
This is not only
Fourth leg is Andy to throw
damaging
first. Game on.
to the points total of Bolton, but the leg difference is plummeting by the minute.
Yeah, Reece Robinson. He's on plus 11.
60.
His nearest rival is Berry Van Peer.
He's got to
Plus
win.
2.
He's got to win this by 4 legs to 0 to get within 8 legs of Robinson. And
96.
what does that tell you about Reece today?
Well, he didn't drop a leg, did he, in his opening 2 victories? This is better from Bolton.
180.
When you are 3-0 up, you've got to maintain that focus. You can't expect to just get over the line at some point. We've already seen Rennie Eidams lose from 3-0 up here today. Getting rid of Andy Bolton is very difficult. Does anybody wear
45
dress shoes
Andy
for darts
require
anymore?
121.
Because even someone as experienced as Andy, even he's got the black trainers on.
Kevin Painter, James Wade.
89.
I think even he switched, you know.
Adam Warner. He's full on
50.
catalogue man.
Yeah, he looks like
Andy
he's going
require
boating.
32.
Double 16. No pressure on it.
No score.
He will return. There is a bit of a dress code in darts, but some people have bent it somewhat over the last few years with
135.
some
Andy
funky coloured
require
trousers and
32.
funky coloured shoes.
Peter Wright.
Colin Lloyd.
Game shot on the fourth
He had some
leg. Andy
gangster shoes
Bolton.
in Vegas one, yeah. Black and white numbers, they were wonderful. Ultimately, he didn't wear them for very long.
Fifth leg, it's
because people
Berry
kept
to throw
teasing him.
first. Game on.
Yeah, they were full on spats, weren't they? I did briefly go down that route myself for a while. And I wore a
140.
see-through shirt made out of metal.
And how was your audition for Weird Science after that?
It's actually like
134.
Swarth, so rings of wire, and I thought that'd be ideal at the match play because it's so hot.
How did it work out?
All right. I got a bit of stick for it, but not too much, as you
60.
can imagine. The old guard weren't particularly enamoured by it all, but there you go. Times are changing.
You walk in with anything new and everybody wants to know why.
85.
Whether it's a new flight, a new stem, a new pair of shoes.
There was thought behind it. Literally, it was down to the heat.
57.
As long as there's method behind the madness.
And of course, I was very new to the game, so I was still in decent shape.
You're still in good shape now.
Yeah, yeah.
137.
1 tries.
How much you would love to leave 64 here.
100. And
He'll settle for a 1-point lead for
145.
now. But is he about to be broken? That is an
125.
exemplary recovery.
Berry require 144.
We have seen this finish today from Jelle Classen. But this would be better than the one from Classen because this is to win the match.
Yeah, when his opponent sat on double 10. Not this time.
He has been the one player this
100.
week who has hit that
And he
small
required
20 more
20.
than any other. Double 5. We
Game
have
shot
got a
on the fifth
game on our
leg.
hands all
Andy
of a sudden. It was 3-0 Van Peer. And now we're back on throw.
Yeah, back-to-back legs. 17 darts and 14
Sixth
darts
leg
for
is Andy
Bolton.
to throw first.
The averages
Game on.
come down from Barry Van Peer, which has made this one now much more competitive. 92.61 for Barry. Andy, 90.33.
Is there anybody in world darts better at controlling the pace of a game than Andy Bolton?
Not that I can think of.
Me too. He's had so many different
100.
challenges over the last 20 years, playing different kinds of dart players. And every single time, it seems like he has got
57.
the remote control. He's not bothered if they're fast. He's not bothered if they're glacial. He will be able to figure it out.
Yeah, there's a big difference between sort of like a sedate thrower and one that, like you say, without even appearing like gamesmanship, can just control the tempo.
I wonder how he would fare against our friend Liam Mendel Lawrence.
Yeah, that would be an interesting contrast.
He's actually quite highly
95.
regarded. He's playing in the Belgium tournament this weekend in the WDF.
Yep.
Another one to leave a finish.
140.
Well, it is still a finish, but it's a bit more difficult than the one he would have had he hit a third treble 20 and a Robin Hood at the wrong time. Oh!
80.
It's out of the board. It didn't cost him anything, but however,
Very
that third
required,
dot might have been in a different
164.
place if it wasn't for dot 2.
Yeah, certainly deflected off of it.
100.
He's down to 64.
And he require 104.
Fours again. 104 for Bolton. Treble 20. Double 12.
80.
He's worked so hard to get back
Barry
into this
require
match.
64.
And now Barry gets his chance to bring the guillotine down. One dot at double 16.
32.
That just didn't look likely. I'm
And
not
he
sure that dot
required
landed in his
24.
grip right. But he threw it anyway.
Yeah, you can see him gesturing in the background. It just didn't. Like you say, it was
Yeah,
either
he
not
was on the
sat
sixth
in
leg, and
the
he got
hand
to.
properly or wasn't released properly. But it's another 17 darter, one match dart.
7th
come
and
and gone
final
for
leg.
Barry
It's
Van
Barry
Peer.
to throw first. Game on.
But ultimately, he has the advantage in this 7th and deciding leg.
$45.
Doesn't use it.
Look what he's doing now.
177
to start. This could be very, very big for the man who's won the Portland Open up in Inverness twice.
177.
What an answer from Van Peer. And the man from Scotland who has won that tournament that I've just mentioned a couple of times. He's also a Granite City Open champion 3 times,
100.
which is held in Aberdeen. Won that in 2009, 2015 and 2017. But what has Van Peer done to get back into this leg? Bolton started with a 177. The answer from Van Peer has been meteoric.
Oh, 2 177s and a 180.
57.
And that's after a 45 start. It wasn't even a good 45. Tops. Well,
59.
I don't mind that play, Nico, when your
And he
opponent
require
is back on 167.
I agree. So he had the darts at the start of the leg. Didn't take full advantage of it. But his
Barry
recovery
require
skills
40.
have been really on point. Double top has not been his friend this week.
Oh, wow, Nico.
No
How does
way.
he get around that?
I think he's got to go the other way. Oh, that's an
Game,
amazing
shot,
dart.
and a match.
When you consider it is to win the match as well. A really, really good performance. Averaged over 93 with 4 hits from 9. They've had some real scraps this week. And they're having words at the end of it because of the last dart. But Berry gets it by 4 legs to 3 thanks to double 10 that really has been his ally over the last couple of days.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back. This is the last round, or last game of round number 4 today. And they're all trying to catch Barry Van Peer and Rhys Robinson. But Patrick Vandenbogaerde, he's got a great chance of being involved in the race for Champions Night because he's picked up 4 points so far today. And with a win over Rene Eidams, he's going to be in second position in the table.
To throw first.
Yeah, currently himself and Barry Van Peer are on the same leg difference, but separated by 2 points. And you'd have to make
96.
Patrick favourite for this match. The odds compilers go 4-5 Rene, 10-11 Patrick. So it's a bit of a pick-em.
Considering what Patrick did in his last game,
130.
beating Barry Van Peer by 4 legs to 1, that's been made to look a bit more impressive considering what Barry's done today.
140.
He's the only person to have beaten Barry. 80% on doubles in that contest and an average just shy of 95. A bit more of that, and 9 times out of 10, he's beating Rene Eidams quite comfortably.
Agreed.
41.
I just wonder if the Cube, or the man formerly known as the Cube, almost knows his fate already. The best points total he can amass for the rest of today
82.
and tomorrow is 14 points. Based on form and likelihood, that's probably not going to happen.
60.
And 14 points is what you need to pretty much guarantee your place in a Saturday from this position. So, too much work to do. Already, the Cube is in spoiler mode.
137. Rene require 164.
16 points, and you're pretty much nailed on for a place, if not winning this Group C.
42.
Slightly different
Patrick, you
in
require
Group B this
67.
evening because it's 2 fewer matches, of course. Double 16 for a breaker throw, a 15 dart, 1-0 lead.
Game shot on the first leg. Patrick Vandenbogaerde.
Notice how he's not even bothered that our referee didn't say it right.
Second leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
He's just used to it now. He's anglicised, is Patrick.
You've anglicised him. Pat Van Den Bogaerde.
100.
He's just trying to anglicise the whole thing.
Yeah.
Pat Bogaerde.
100.
We love you, Patrick. You've brought us a lot of fun over the last couple of weeks. But this is not about fun anymore. This is serious. When you consider what he's done in his career, if he was to make the final stages of Saturday night, it would be the biggest thing in his career.
Yep. It would certainly be his biggest cash if he wins this week.
140.
I think he got... Did he get 10,000 for... Was it that much then? For the first round of the Worlds?
91.
I'll have a little glance over his career because he's played in one European Tour event back in 2019 in Graz.
57.
That was £1,000,
Patrick
wasn't it?
Iroquois, 170.
He lost to Stephen Bunting by 6 legs to 4, so no disgrace in that whatsoever. Like I said earlier, he's played in the Dutch
45.
Open a couple of times the last couple of years. He's made the last 32.
What was that, about 25 quid?
96. Patrick Iroquois, 125.
Far off. Wow.
Wrong club. He went with a 7-8 instead of an 8.
105.
Well,
René
that worked out
Iroquois,
pretty well in the
108.
end.
By the way, that's not thunder. If you thought that was what you heard, that was Nicholson's
44.
stomach in protest.
Patrick Iroquois, 20.
He has not eaten for about 3 hours. Remarkable effort.
This will be a remarkable effort at double 10. That one is shielding the bed a little bit for him. That one's shielding it even more. Oh,
Game shot in the second
that
leg.
is not
Patrick
the first
Vandenbogaerde.
time we've seen that today. We saw it from Barry Van Peer in the previous game.
Third leg is René to throw first. Game
Now,
on.
at the end of that match, there were a few words exchanged between Bolton and Van Peer. Do you have any idea why?
85.
I'm being presumptuous, but I think maybe he thought he'd towed the hockey because he had to move so far in one direction that the hockey's only so wide. What is it, about 3 and a bit feet wide, I
131.
think. And he was past that. Maybe Andy felt that he may have just stepped over the imaginary
97.
line that would be there. I've never understood why they don't put, like you have a carpet trim that will separate. Run one of those in line, not necessarily an
81.
hockey you can tow, but a line that you can look down to. I mean, players do have great sportsmanship in that department.
59.
You can see they always check and look down and make sure. In fact, most will even stand back a little bit.
Indeed. I think at Lakeside, over the last
Oh,
few years,
so narrow.
they've actually put
Yeah.
a little bit of stuff down to
137.
signal the wider portion of the area they can throw from.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100.
Dave
Patrick
Barletti
Iroquois,
against
152.
Scott Waits, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. What about Mervyn King versus John Henderson at the Slam? Mervyn wasn't happy with John.
44. René
For about
Iroquois,
half an hour.
160.
How can you stay mad at Hendo?
100.
Rennie would be mad at Patrick.
Patrick
He
Iroquois,
takes out the
108.
108.
Yeah, he sure will. Just to see which way he's going to go for this.
Saw this earlier today from Rhys Robinson. He went 18s.
Is the modern way.
76.
Very, very good.
René Iroquois, 60.
So close to taking it out. Eidams needs tops. Starting to sweat it up a little bit. And he does find tens. How many times has he hit the bottom 10% of double 10 today?
Yeah, that only just squeaked in.
Fourth leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game
Still
on.
with work to do and big gap in the averages. Even this early, Nico. 3 legs deep and 92 plays 82.
What we've got is a faster rhythm there from Patrick. And we've also got a problem when it comes to leg difference for everybody but Rhys Robinson in this table. He's on plus 11. Everybody else is either all square or minus. Patrick.
140.
5 perfect darts.
Went for the big part of the treble. If this was in front of the crowd, it would have been Bogaerde.
Very nice.
85.
You know, there was a very famous golfer called Boo Weekley. He played in the 2007 Ryder Cup at Valhalla in Kentucky. And every time he did something, they'd shout, boo!
Yeah.
59.
I remember
Patrick,
it well. I watched that
96.
Ryder Cup. Do love the Ryder Cup.
So there you go, Patrick. When you hit a shot like that, just get the fans to sing, boo!
When is next Ryder Cup?
64.
Later this year,
Yeah, that's what I
in
thought.
Italy, at Marco Simone Golf Club. Between Europe and the United States. Should be a good match. And it is the week after the Solheim Cup,
82.
which is taking place,
Patrick,
I think,
you
at Courtesan,
require 32.
Spain. So 2 consecutive weeks of match play contests. And this
Game
match
shown on the
play
fourth leg.
contest is
Patrick
now
Vandenbogaerde.
3-1 to Vandenbogaerde.
Now, will everybody be allowed to play in that Ryder Cup? Because there was a bit of a
Fifth leg, it's
an
Rene
issue
to throw
before.
first. Game on.
I'm not up on everything to do with that, but they do have individual lists for...
Because they're doing more
45.
wild cards this year, aren't they?
Yeah, because Brooks Koepka is a major champion at the minute, and he is currently in a qualification spot for the United States.
96.
But I think it's going to be okay. I think players like Brooks will be allowed to play, which is, in my opinion, the way it should be.
96.
Well, me and you have both said it for years. We need a Ryder Cup of darts.
Great Britain and Ireland versus the rest of the world, or Europe?
96.
Yeah, I think it'd have to be Great Britain and Ireland, wouldn't it? Versus the rest of the world.
Who would be your Great Britain and Ireland captain in the very first one?
85.
Non-playing captain?
Absolutely.
Phil Taylor.
He'd be your captain?
Yeah.
Interesting.
139.
Might have to come back to that little discussion. Because Patrick is on a booyah shot. Or as Cuba
42.
Gooding Jr. said in
Patrick,
Jerry
you
Maguire,
require
booyah,
170.
touchdown. He makes miracles happen. I told you. Oh, I
145.
so nearly called it. That would have been so good. And our first 170 of the week.
63. Patrick, you require 25.
All of the hilarity aside, this is a huge shot for Patrick. He was way better than his opponent right there. A 97.62 was an average in that contest to win by 3 legs. That is a bit of a statement. Earlier today, we didn't think his chances were that good, but now he's in second position in the table and playing beautifully. That's the end of round 4. When we come back, we will conclude with round 5 here on Thursday.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral. Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series where we are 4 rounds down for our day here, the live lounging pause. So this is what we have seen so far before the break, and unfortunately his name is anglicised for life now. Patrick Vandenbogaerde got the better of Eidams by 4 legs to 1. Bay Van Peer another 4-3 victory in that round of fixtures, whilst Reese Robinson keeps his winning run going, and this is how it correlates as far as the league table is concerned. Reese Robinson out on top, 8 points to his name. Bay Van Peer and Patrick Vandenbogaerde on 6 points apiece. So Reese Robinson can go through the card with victory in this one against Barry Van Peer, who can join him on 8 points if he can claim the spoils in this one. Right, in the commentary box for this, it's Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Now, Barry wants to get his second win against Reese this week, and if he can, ending his Thursday campaign on a very creditable 8 points, he will deny Reese Robinson the perfect day of 10. We saw Steve West go through the card on Tuesday.
First. Game on.
Will we see the same from Sugar? But he's against the darts here, and Berry has resuscitated his chances of winning here in week 13 with a very impressive Thursday.
180.
Well, even if he is beaten here, there's been a formula that we've seen this week that works.
45.
And that was Jerome Meoch, who won 4 of his 5 games on each of the 3 days of Group A.
100.
Which gave him 24 points and a place directly into Saturday night's final.
So what you're saying, Chris, is that winning 10 points is
56.
not a good omen.
Well, it wasn't for Westy.
I'll tell you one thing. Steve West would take 8 points tonight.
125.
Well, that's all he can get.
Yeah. Oh, I always think, and numbers don't lie, 10 points
180. Barry required 96.
usually more than enough in Group B, isn't it?
Well, what does he want to do now? I don't even think
Treble
he
12.
knows.
40.
That was the attempt. He will be back for 56 after 12.
Even though Reese has not lost today,
60.
based on
Barry
form,
required 56.
I think there will be a lot of people out there thinking this is Berry's game to lose.
Game shot
And
on
they'd
the
be
first
right about leg
Barry
1 at
Van
least.
Peer.
Yeah, 14 dart hold. Reese would have had to have found a
Second leg is
full
reached to throw
visit
first.
leg to have
Game
won that
on.
one.
I'm going to go through all 6 players, and I'm going to ask you for one word to describe their day.
140.
Barry Van Peer.
Patchy.
Reese.
100.
Explosive.
Patrick.
Surprising.
Yeller.
Disappointing.
Andy.
56.
Unfortunate.
And Eidams.
42.
Don't want to be offensive. I know that's unlike me, folks, but I don't know. Disappointing,
56.
really, isn't it? He's just not been at the races.
Lost.
Yes. Yeah. If I could use more than one word, out of his depth.
Yeah, I get the feeling that you are correct, and we love Renier.
Yeah.
We think he's a great advocate for German darts, but
97.
ultimately he's been put amongst the sharks today.
Listen, credit to him for winning a week, and I hope that's a
118.
trigger for him to
Require
go on and
152.
do bigger and better things.
Double 16.
Game shot on the second leg. Reece
That's
Robinson.
sweet as a nut.
It's typical of Reece Robinson. Just when you think you've got him, he pops in.
Third leg, it's Berry to throw first.
Another monstrous
Game on.
finish this week.
As soon as that maximum went in for Barry Van Peer, I thought he's
134.
got Reece by the proverbials here.
Yep.
Nah. I think you said the word explosive when it comes to Reece
140.
Robinson. You're not kidding.
And he's just done it so often this week, hasn't he?
140.
And he has done it against Berry this week, beating him on Monday and Tuesday by 4 legs to 3 and 4 legs to 2. Yesterday, continuing the trend
140.
of Berry's improvement, he beat Reece yesterday.
We could do our checkouts of the week, and well, let's just narrow it down to 8. And he would be
44.
on all of them.
I was thinking 10.
That's how many points he wants to get today, Nico.
Well, which checkouts would you take? I mean,
46.
there are so many to choose from.
And so many of them were key to victory.
47.
He had a 140 checkout earlier in the week with 2 treble 18s and double 16. And that was to win a match.
60. Berry require 136.
This one's on a knife edge. Berry's
128.
best
Reece require
finish of the week, isn't it?
115.
136.
Yep.
He would love to have done it again. Now, which way is Reece going to go for this one? There's so many options. 15. For the bull.
90.
Wow, how close was that? Clattered
Berry
off the dart
require
that was already
8.
in the ball.
You might think that's a bit of exhibition work, but there's a lot of reasoning behind that shot.
It was sort of a safe dart at the 45 to leave double 10. Double 4. 2-1. Oh dear. Oh, what a
Game
dart,
shot on the
guys.
third leg. Berry Vampire.
He just stayed true and stayed straight. And it is a hold of
Fourth
throw
leg,
and a
it's Reece to
2-1
throw
lead.
first. Game
One
on.
dart missed at the ball. Reece Robinson for the break.
What we could have at the end of this round of matches is 3 players on 8 points.
43.
Bogaerde, he beats Classen. He will walk away with 8. Berry finishes this off. He's on 8
87.
with Robinson. And then at the end, we've got Bolton against Eidams, and Bolton must win that game. If he doesn't, can't see a way out.
121.
No, I'm with you.
and there were many people talking up
58.
Andy's chances this week. He is not out of it yet, but this is a tough position he's put himself in.
Well, he's going to have to win his
100.
remaining 6 games. The one today, and then all 5 tomorrow, and he'll get to 14 points.
58.
You're talking about someone who amassed 26 points in his Group A campaign when he won a few weeks ago in Andy Bolton. You have to go even
58.
further back to see when Reece Robinson came through It's actually a very long time since that happened. All the way back to week 2 when he beat Chaz Barstow 4-1 in a Saturday night final.
The way he's played here this week, I think he's not been off the board since then.
133. Berry require 158.
He hit a 152 against you, Berry.
96.
And he might be about
Reach
to level.
require 46.
Double 16 for a bit of Desmond and parity at 2-2.
38.
Ooh, now here's a chance for Vampire.
Berry require 62.
This is massive. This could be the difference, Nico, between getting to 8 points or staying on 6.
That process of relaxing that right arm is followed to the millisecond. And it works a treat for 3-1. He takes his chance. And Robinson is under the cosh for the first time today.
Yeah, you can't believe it.
5th leg, it's Berry to throw first. Game on.
He is trying everything to engage with Van Peer there. Eye contact, shaking his head.
Kill.
100.
I'm going to be quoting that Heart song now. If looks could kill, Berry would be lying on the floor.
60.
Burning through the back of his head with that look, and gives himself a sarcastic round of applause.
You want to see a player who is not going to be happy with 8 points?
140.
Look at Reese. If you want to see a player who's going to be very happy with 8 points, look at Berry.
Yeah, he'll be over the moon. And well, you picked up at it
42.
right at the top of the show, Nico, and you said that momentum from yesterday would carry forward through to today, and you were bang on the money. Winning 18 of 20 legs played yesterday was an indication of what we've been seeing today.
You don't get confidence, you build it. And yesterday he built it.
140.
Seen the
Berry
opposite
require
on Monday and Tuesday,
161.
didn't we?
Indeed. He's actually going to
65.
win less legs today than he did yesterday, because he was beaten 4-1 by Patrick. But if he wins 4 in this one, it will
140.
be 17 legs that he
Berry
wins.
require 96.
But with 8 points instead of 6. He's only 2 darts away from it.
Still 2 darts away. Double 18.
Game.
Outstanding
Shot.
from
And a
Berry
match.
Van
Van
Peer, who beats the table-topping Reese Robinson 4-1. 95.84 average. A couple of 180s in there, but the finishing 4 from 7. He's finished 96 to get it done when we come back. Patrick faces off against Yella.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're joined up here on the balcony by Berry Van Peer. Berry, many congratulations today. 4 wins from 5. Just your overall thoughts and assessment on today from your perspective.
Well, it's been good, finally. Took a while, but after 3 days of not feeling right, being warm, being cold, it's not been good for me. But yesterday I felt like I was getting back into feeling good again. And today I kind of showed it, that I felt better. And I think level-wise, I think I showed it for sure, that the scoring is there. Not perfect, but I'm happy with it. And finishing sometimes can be a little better, because that's also kind of why I lost 1 game. It's not that many doubles that I missed, but it's been close. But I'm happy, so.
Did you show a lot of your fighting spirit today? Because obviously a couple of those games early on, you had to come back from behind to then go on and harbour the victory 4-3.
Yeah, some games I was behind, and I knew I was able to go in front, but I didn't. So it's always hard to get back. But if you know your scoring is good, which it was in those games, especially against Renee, I was 3-1 down, and I was like, come on, like scoring-wise, you're much better. And I showed it at the end, and it really helped me through that game. And then a few other games, I just scored very nicely. And then, like against Reese at the end, I had a very good finish. He had a very good 152, but I was like scoring-wise, I'm doing good. So I think that helps a lot.
Because of what you've achieved away from the Super Series this year, did you feel added expectation going into this week?
Not really, actually, because everyone has won a week and everyone is an amazing player, because or else you don't really win a week, because it's a very hard battle every week for everyone. But I really don't feel any pressure, really. Yeah, pressure on myself maybe a little bit sometimes, like, come on, like, hit this double, but not that I really have to win, like I have to win this. No, I don't have to, because everyone's a good player, and we've had this talk a few times this week that was like the best player without a tour card or anything, and I've been mentioned and I've not been mentioned. So, and a lot of people have been mentioned, and I think that's a good thing, because everyone is that good. And that means I'm one of those maybe. And that just means I just have to play my game, and I'll just see what happens.
Do you feel like you're starting to get towards your best stuff at the latter end of the week this week?
I think so, because like I said, the first few days I didn't really feel good. Like I've not been sick, but I just showed it on my game as well. Like I feel like a zombie on the stage, like just get me off here. But yeah, yesterday was a little bit better at the end, and I won a few games, which helped me a lot. And today the practice went a lot better. I felt more energetic, and it really helps a lot. And I feel like if I keep this going, I'll improve.
Great to see you at your best. Thank you for popping up to the balcony. Many congratulations today. A couple more games for us to go here at the Super Series, and it is a double Dutch affair as Patrick Vandenbogaerde takes on Jelle Classen. Watching this one in the commentary box. Jelle, Barry's going to watch this on the stage, it seems like. Watching this one from the commentary box, Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Henry, and thank you, Berry. Lovely to get the insight of a player and how they're feeling and how they deal with the occasion, but very level-headed, isn't he, Berry Van Peer? Doesn't get carried away with anything.
Never has done, and probably never will do. And that might stand him in good stead over the next couple of days, because with a points total amassed today of 8, he now says to everybody else, can you catch us?
Well, the only one that can is
First
Patrick.
leg is Patrick to throw.
He's currently
first.
on 6 points, a win here, and he will overtake Berry Van Peer, not on points total, but in leg difference.
And what Berry has done is he's repaired his leg difference a little bit by beating Reese by 4 legs to 1, getting to +3, but Patrick's already there. Now, if you'd said to me at the start of play today, at 1 minute past 1, that this game was going to happen, and one of the players needed to win to stay in the top 2, I would have said, well, it's Jelle Classen then. No disrespect to Patrick at all, based on reputation and how he's played over the last 12 months.
Well, we just look at the numbers, don't we? And they would suggest that it would be Patrick that maybe, alongside Renee, struggle in a group of this
16.
quality and experience. As it is, he's, well, like I used to say, records are for DJs, Nico.
And precious for tyres.
Absolutely.
39.
What I will say to Patrick is if he does get 8 points today and finishes in the top 2, don't bother sleeping the next 24 hours because it didn't do you any harm.
Well, we did players with birthdays, of course. It is
125.
our colleague's birthday today, Chris Murphy. Happy birthday. From everybody here at the Super Series.
96.
Seconded.
Sure he's watching somewhere. Enjoying the action as we have.
57.
Probably eating
Yellow
something
require
wrapped in pastry.
129.
He is from Yorkshire. Probably a pie of some description.
89.
Maybe Yorkshire pudding.
Patrick, you require
On a Thursday,
116.
Yeah, Yorkshire pudding any time of the day, pal. All 19s and tops. For an unlikely looking hold of throw.
96. Yellow, you require
One thing
40.
that needs to start and stay here is the doubling.
Game
Today
on the
he's been
first
left
leg,
frustrated
yellow
by
Classen.
missed darts at double. And don't think that Klassen's out of the race.
Well, he has to win. He has
Second
to
leg is
win
yellow
this.
to throw first.
Not only
Game
that,
on.
he's got to beat Patrick again tomorrow.
Yep.
Because if he does that and gets to 6 points
58.
before Robinson and Berry play again, it just gets him closer.
Yeah. And just adds a little bit of pressure to those at the top because
93.
what Robinson and Berry Van Peer can't do is try and defend their lead at the top of the
57.
table. It's all out attack tomorrow.
Well, somebody's getting to 10 points in game 3 tomorrow. I can guarantee you that.
Yep. And after today, it could be a little bit spicy, that one.
58.
Yeah, but then again, Berry's got to play Reece Robinson in the first game of the day.
Yeah, you know how that goes for
137.
everybody this week. He's yet to lose an opening match in 4 consecutive days, and his lowest average in the process has been 98, and that was today.
100.
Actually, it wasn't that good, was it? It was 95 and a half.
140.
Only 95. That gives you an indication, that camera angle, of the flight of the dart. I think it's a great innovation here at the Super Series.
100.
Always
Yellow, you require 109.
innovating here.
That
69.
second dart was thrown with such
Patrick, you
disgust.
require 150.
I know he's left tops, but he was so perturbed by that first dart. He's still shaking his head about it.
Well, I think he got sort of caught in between of maybe going treble 20 or treble 18, I
53.
presume.
Yellow, you require 40.
If there was
He ended up planting it in the middle of both.
If there was a bit of technology that could tell you the ferocity of a dart leaving a hand, I think Classen would be the
8.
gold medalist. But again,
Patrick,
he's left
you require 97.
very frustrated because he went for tops and he hit a 5. Just wonder if the temperature inside our playing arena is starting to rise a little bit. If it is, it won't suit Yellow because he's been very open about the fact he doesn't like playing in hot
37.
conditions.
Yellow, you require 32.
Maybe why he has not had too much success at the match play.
Game shot on the
Which is
second
like
leg.
a-
Yellow
A
Classen.
furnace. Although, ironically, they got air conditioning in this year, and it's the coldest match play I
Third
can
leg is
ever
Patrick
remember.
to throw first. Game
I think
on.
that's one of the reasons why it was such a good match play,
Yeah.
because the conditions
Conditions
were
perfect.
very playable.
Yep.
Really wish they'd been like that in 2011. Or 2012, 13 or 14.
100.
Did you never have a run at the match play, mate?
Last 16, twice. That was all she wrote.
93.
Last game there was against Newton. I didn't want to go back after that.
No. Well, on this day in 2002,
57.
Phil Taylor won the match play, of course.
Yeah.
I can't remember what else happened that week.
81.
This is actually the day that Peter Everson won the match play back in 96 as well.
Yep. Beating Phil Taylor, I think 8-1, wasn't it, en route?
He played so well that year, didn't he?
Yep.
180.
Oh, we have a 344 and 6 on.
93.
Over to you,
Patrick
Patrick.
Iroquois, 164.
And you do it. You don't even have to.
$25 maybe?
56.
I'm with you. I think the 25 was the player there.
Well, it's one of those
89.
shots which is the modern way
Patrick
of two treble
Iroquois,
19s.
108.
The reason I like that way, not that I would go that way myself, because if you do miss the initial treble, you can go go for the ball 25 and then treble 20. It leaves you 60 when you return a
Kelly Iroquois,
two-darter.
145.
Should get his first leg of the contest here.
93. Patrick Iroquois,
Yeah,
16.
the doubling has been fairly efficient for him.
Game shot on the third leg.
And that
Patrick
trend
Vandenbogaerde.
continues. 16-dart hold.
Just look at the mannerisms
Fourth
of
leg is yellow
Classen
to
there with
throw
the
first.
hands.
Game on.
Physically uncomfortable.
60.
Is it the playing arena? Or is it the practice room?
It's very quiet. It's not a whisper coming from there.
I get the feeling that Robinson and Van Peer have already gone.
100.
And that's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're seeing more and more and more these days from top-level dart players.
131.
When they're finished for the day, they're gone. They don't stick around.
You mean I did it wrong for 20-odd years, Nico?
I think the master of that is Gerwin Price. He grabs his bag, he leaves. Doesn't even say goodbye on the way out.
140. $58.
Classen scoring really has tailed off in the last leg and a half.
Yep. As is his average, Nico. It's now down
97.
at 83.
He's seeing Patrick get to finishes a lot easier than he is.
Feeling
39.
the pressure and
Patrick
maybe the heat.
Iroquois, 164.
And they're both coming from this man.
He looks as cool as a cucumber. Not a bead of sweat on that brow.
And
132.
wasn't even a millisecond of thought of going 54.
No, Patrick doesn't look like a dart player, does he?
43.
Looks like he's got a 32 waist.
Patrick Iroquois,
He's got no
32.
tattoos. He hasn't got a beard.
He could be a bank manager.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Looks like he could
Patrick
work in logistics.
Vandenbogaerde.
Oh, he does. Well, his logistics over the last couple of legs have been pinpoint because he's delivered 2 legs without response.
Yeah, from 2-0 down, Nico.
Fifth leg is Patrick to
He's
throw
averaged
first.
100 since
Game
then.
on.
2 legs completed in 30 darts combined.
Would you classify him as a no-nonsense dart player? Because there have been plenty of
96.
those from the Netherlands over the years. I think about Marino Michels, very underrated dart player from Holland.
Absolutely.
140.
Just go up, do his thing, get off. Interviews would be very perfunctory.
Well, Barry Van Peer is very much cut from that cloth.
140.
Pound for pound,
95.
are they as good at darts as they are at football? I think they're better.
95.
I think they're better at darts as a nation than they are at football as a nation.
How many times has the Netherlands won the World Cup of
96.
football?
None.
Patrick Iroquois, 170.
Oh, there you go.
They've won the World Cup with darts in the WDF and the PDC. So
And they won the World
96.
Pairs.
Yellow
I think it
Iroquois,
was
170.
Roland and Raymond.
yeah,
I think that was the year after me and Steve Raw lost in the final.
96. Patrick
Messers.
Iroquois, 74.
Bob Anderson and Phil Taylor.
that's a terrible team, isn't it? 74 incoming. And if he
Game
didn't
shot on
get
the
it,
fifth leg. Patrick
Yellow Classen might
Vandenbogaerde.
have. This is brilliant from Patrick. Looks like we might be getting 8 points from 3 players today.
Sixth leg is yellow to throw
It's
first.
back-to-back 14
Game on.
darters. Back from 2-0 down. Averages, legs of
78.
16, 14 and 14.
You think about his performance levels throughout the day. We got a little sample when he beat Andy Bolton in game 1. 88 average, 4 out of 17. Plenty of shots at double. Then he tailed off when he lost to Robinson 4 legs to 0. And at that point, I thought maybe
125.
he could be one of the people in the bottom 3. But his answer to that, beating Van Peer with almost a 95 average, and then going as high as 97.62 against Eidams, I think this is the best version
57
of Patrick that I've seen so far.
Yeah. Dare I say it, better than he played in
140.
his qualification week.
I don't think that's up for debate.
No, from 2-0 down, Nico, he's averaged 102 since then.
So the game is in there.
60.
Yeah.
Yellow you require 158.
And all you want as a player, of course, is evidence of that when you're playing in this environment.
134.
And you have the beauty of being able to go back and analyse it yourself.
Just as we're talking up Patrick's chances of getting 8 points, Classen comes back with his best leg of the
Yellow you require
match.
24.
He didn't look
18.
likely to hit that double 6 because he was so disgusted with dart 2.
Yeah, he's 2 from 9 on the doubles, and that's been a key negative feature. We're going to see a max to leave.
180.
He's been hanging out with
Yellow
Rich
you require
Robinson,
6.
hasn't he? Double 1.
No score.
That tells
Patrick,
its
you
own
require
story.
4.
And Patrick can now bank 8 points and second place after day 1 in Group C if he hits double 2. Through the posts for an 8-point goal.
Doesn't fancy it.
No
I don't know
score.
why. There was nothing in the way.
Yellow you require 6.
Well, those darts are getting a bit of a lecturing right now. He's telling them to do as they're told.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Yellow Classen.
Warning heeded. It's 3-3 now.
3 match darts for 4-2.
7th and final leg. It's Patrick
There's
to
going to
throw
be people
first.
out there who say, well, you shouldn't
Game
have left
on.
double 2 then. Doesn't make any difference. You had 3 darts at any double you would have for a match.
Absolutely.
You'd rather leave an even number double anyway. It's not like you left double
60.
7.
No, or double 1, where there's no breakdown. Timing
54.
looks not good for yellow in this match.
What's your assessment of that? Do you think the darts are coming out of the grip late because of something that's making them uncomfortable?
Yeah, possibly. They're definitely
51.
coming out late. Well, that's come out perfect. So is that one.
140.
And sometimes you don't know what the problem is, and you hit a shot like that, and you think, right, I'm fine. And then the next visit, they're getting sprayed. But he's turned this one around.
He does have to be patient in this game because Patrick's not exactly quick.
No.
And that doesn't suit yellow at all. He didn't want to see that.
180.
Classen has gone from being in complete control to now chasing the leg again.
This is why darts are so immersive.
Look how far away
59.
all 3 of those were. And again, that looks at a timing, maybe a pressure issue.
Staying downstairs
58.
and trebleless is exactly what yellow wanted. Can he find something? Can he get a chance?
55.
The likelihood is
Patrick, you
no.
require
Yeah, because Patrick now
152.
has 6 at this. Certainly 2 visits. Now, 72 remaining.
96.
Correctly going the 48.
I agree. You got treble 12 there. You leave yourself 16. You might have flights in the way. At least this way.
47.
You're going to have 2 darts at
Patrick,
a double.
you require
And there's going to be
56.
nothing in the road. Double 4. He bends the wire and gives Yellow Classen one chance to get out of Thursday with 4 points. That gate is closed for now.
130. Patrick, you
He's had
require
2 shots at it.
8.
One more visit to join the party on 8 points. Keeps moving that wire. And he moves it
and a match.
in the
Patrick
right
Vandenbogaerde.
direction with the 3rd dart. So it is 8 points for his efforts on Thursday. And he goes to 2nd position in the table, narrowly behind Rhys Robinson at the top. But as you can see, he had 13 attempts, just like Yella, but they've been separated by 1 solitary shot in that 7-leg contest. Only 1 game to go, and it's a must-win game for Andy Bolton.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the balcony, where we're joined up here on the balcony by Patrick Vandenbogaerde. Many congratulations.
Thank you.
4 wins from 5 today. How would you assess the day?
I think this is a pretty good start of Group C. I didn't expect it today because, as I already told you, my flight was cancelled last night, so I needed to stay at the airport over tonight, and I have 2.5 hours of sleep. So the preparation wasn't that good, but eventually it started to work out, and I played some decent matches, and yeah, 8 points. It's okay. It's a good start.
Can I ask, what time did you arrive in Portsmouth? Did you arrive in England this morning?
10:50. In England, I arrived at London Heathrow at, I think it was 8:30, I think, and then I needed to take the taxi to Portsmouth, and I was checked in at the hotel at 10. So a short preparation time. Went for a shower, some food, and come over here and yeah, play darts.
Does it feel like you almost today, because of what happened, you're almost kind of playing off an instinct a little bit?
Yeah, I think so. For sure, the first 2 games, I didn't feel well. I feel tired and couldn't get loose of that feeling. I think the match against Barry changed it, got some more energy, and yeah, from that point, I think it was pretty okay. Pretty good start.
8 points from the day, all things considered. Now you've got the night where you can kind of settle down, maybe catch up on the sleep. Is that the plan?
Yeah, of course. I go straight to the hotel, order some food, and get a good night of sleep.
Well, we'll let you get on and do that. Patrick, many congratulations today. 8 points for Patrick Vandenbogaerde. How many messages have you had, by the way, about the Patrick Vandenbogaerde thing?
Oh, a lot of messages. I won't tell them, but there are a lot.
We will blame Paul Hint about that one.
Yeah, we will.
Well, Patrick, many thanks for popping up here. Many congratulations today. One more game for us to go. It's Andy Bolton up against Rene Eidams. Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason are down in the commentary box describing the action.
Here from Patrick, who's had a very tumultuous 24 hours. So fair play to him for getting into the UK for starters and then getting here so promptly to give himself a cracking chance now of getting through this group.
Nice fare for the cab driver, though. Heathrow to Portsmouth. Wow.
Well, let's face it, he can afford it if he wins this week.
Yeah, you can get chauffeured back to Heathrow on Sunday.
Do you remember when Raymond Smith won Series 2? He was going back to Heathrow within 45 minutes of winning the title.
Andy to throw first. Game
we
on.
called it a smash and grab job. Out of the country within 6 hours of winning a series here in Portsmouth.
43.
He was taking back, was it 40,000 Aussie dollars?
Something in that region.
Hope you're well, Raymond.
26.
Looking forward to seeing you back at some point.
Yeah, I like to think he's going to come back in the autumn. Have another crack.
122.
When Raymond, as I do, he'll prepare properly for when he returns.
Well, Andy Bolton
43.
here, if he can get a win over the pointless Rene Eidams, he will close the gap to 4, which I think is still too big. There's
140.
definite separation between the top group of 3 and the bottom. Win for Rene, of course, and you'll have
58.
Reese, Patrick and Berry all on 8. Andy, Yella and Rene all on 2.
I do get the feeling that Andy may be too strong for Rene in this game.
60.
Consequently, if he is, he may be too strong for Rene in game 1 tomorrow from 1 o'clock on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
128.
If he gets
Andy
within 2 points
36.
of the top, with them having a game in hand, he's then hoping for people to do him a favour.
100.
And that includes the people below you. So he may need a favour from someone like Rene later on.
Yeah, absolutely.
140. And he requires
spoiler
36.
roll.
On the bright side, because there is a bright side,
Game
Andy's
shot on the
1-0
first leg.
up.
Andy Bolton.
And his leg difference isn't bad. It's -1 at the minute, but if he can get a sizable win here,
Second leg is
he will
Rene
get
to throw
into the
first.
positive.
Game on.
And he won't be that far behind the likes of Bogaerde and
89.
Van Peer.
Well, the one to look out for tomorrow, Nico, is match number 3, which will see
100.
Reese Robertson and Berry Van Peer face off. And we know how good Reese is in the opening matches.
Reese leaves others in
100.
pieces. Bit of a play on chocolate words there.
American chocolate, that, isn't it?
180.
That's all about the cherry, that one. If you didn't see his interview earlier when we were trying to get to know Andy a little bit more, he was asking for the cherry.
100.
I think he meant something along the lines of winning a series, like the cherry on top of a very good career to date.
139.
I really like that switch, because if you get the single, you're on a number that's more appealing.
137.
Yeah,
and
you're
you
taking
require
the bull out
82.
of the equation with the opening dart. 17 now leaves tops.
62.
Got to give Eidams credit.
Rene, you require
He scored well in
75.
this leg.
Yeah, 89. Back-to-back tons. 137. Double 12. Double 6.
69.
Wow, it's a long way off.
And you require 20. Game shot on the
bother.
second leg.
2-0
Andy
in
Bolton.
just over 3 minutes.
Yeah, and 30 darts.
What is it about Germans
Third
and
leg,
dart
it's Andy
shirts?
to throw first.
They just have the
Game
best
on.
ones. Maybe apart from the Japanese, because I'm a big fan of
Yeah.
Mikuru shirts. I think they're incredible. But German dart players and really good dart shirts.
43.
Clemens, Hopp, Schindler, Eidams,
Lucas
Wenig, Hempel. They've all got good shirt design.
There's just a little bit more thought put into
140.
the Asian ones, isn't there? And their colour coordination.
That one that Mikuru wore at the match play, I wanted to get my hands on that one, but I think collectors might have beaten me to it. But they don't have the
52.
one that I have.
Do you have the one from the Worlds?
I have the second one.
Nice work.
83.
Well, René's stolen the darts here in leg 3.
40.
You got any shirts in your collection? You kept any?
No. They've all ended up going
180.
charities and collectors and stuff like that.
Do you remember?
I still have my very first ever dart shirt, though, when I was about
98.
9 or
René,
10.
you require 98.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
So would this leg be for René?
No
Oh,
score.
no, Bill.
Well, that is 501, Nico.
Yeah, that's master out.
Yeah.
Winning with a treble. If you want to know what oh no Bill is, by the way, that's a Mark Websterism for saying, oh, you shouldn't have done that.
94. René, you require 98.
98. Again.
Take 2.
Don't hit the 60. Oh, he nearly did it again.
58.
Look at René's face. It's one of, oh, I'm just glad I'm on tops now.
So apart from the Mercure one,
98.
have you got any others
René,
of
you require
interest?
40.
I've got the Robert Thornton shirt from the Jockey Wilson Cup in 2009. That's a one-off.
Game shot on the third leg. René,
That's not a one-off. He has won legs today, but he hasn't won a match. But I have got a little story for you, Mr. Mason.
Ooh.
Our mutual friend, Kevin Berlin, who
Fourth leg is
runs
René to
darts
throw
down in
first.
Australia with Dart Players
Game
Australia.
on.
He's got one of your dart shirts.
From the embassy?
From the Grand Slam in 2007, it was very pink.
Yeah.
140.
He showed me that shirt once. And they all said that Manley was the only person in pink.
59.
That was a very nice shirt.
I have had some
38.
nice ones made over the years, but yeah, unfortunately, didn't really hold on to them. As you know, you get so many requests for stuff for charities and for
99.
auctions that are raising money for all sorts of different things.
Okay, here's another question for you then. If you could own one dart shirt
100.
from darts history, which one would it be?
Eric Bristow's Crafty Cockney one from when he won his first world title in that particular shirt.
59.
Mine would be Jockey Wilson from '89.
Mm.
That white shirt with just Jockey Wilson on the back.
Well, that is identical to my first ever dart shirt, which is literally just
83.
white with black collar, and then on the back in black writing, Chris Mason. Oh, I do have a dart shirt of my father's with Mace the Ace on the back.
100.
How I ended up with
René, you require
my
140.
nickname.
Oh, René.
Game shot on the fourth
Where
leg.
has this come
René
from,
Eidams.
Nico?
I don't know. But I
Pressure
thought I
off,
was going to start talking like Yvette there when I said, oh,
Fifth leg is
René.
Andy to throw first. Game
pressure
on.
off, and just throwing with absolute freedom.
Well, this is really bad news for Bolton.
82.
The best he can do leg difference-wise, if he wins the next two legs, is +1. That's not the end of the world. You've got to give Eidams credit. He's lifted his
140.
average to over 93 now.
Yeah, that's as high as we've seen him all day.
140.
And he's got this lovely quality to be able to get the darts over the top and underneath. It reminds me of Terry Jenkins.
Yeah, I was going to say Ian White. From the
140.
same area, of course. It's a real simple throw. Sights the dart, one motion. Not too much else
96.
moves.
Yeah, he's compact, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly that. Well, the cube's compact.
81.
You would have hoped for a little more than that.
Yeah, the very Van Peer throw is a bit more rangy. You see that arm come out. That upper arm
100.
extends a bit more,
Rene
whereas
require
Andy
140.
he's not extending it. He's keeping it compact and close to his right lung.
74. Andy require 83.
He wants the lead, and he doesn't want to relinquish it. But first, you've got to get the lead.
63. Rene
Gone
requires
tops there.
66.
You'll stay there. Oh dear. That's poor Rene.
34. Andy require 20.
Bit of a let off there for X Factor. Double 5.
15.
Doesn't take advantage. Maybe this group and this
Rene
week
require 32.
just isn't working out the way he planned. And
Game
now he's
shot on
3-2
fifth leg,
down.
Rene Eidams.
He's got to win the last 2 legs for both of us here in the commentary box, believing if he has any chance
Sixth leg is
of making
Rene
it
to
through
throw
Group
first.
C for Saturday
Game
night.
on.
Yeah, exactly that, Nico. I think he'll leave himself too much to do, especially when we
100.
analyse the stats from those players above him.
60.
He's 60 and has left himself in a real vulnerable position. Credit to
85.
Rene, he's averaging over 92. Andy Bolton, 85.
$59.
Just goes the wrong side.
43.
Into 2 treble visit. And gets it.
140.
Now he's trying to force a mistake out of Rene.
44.
Tried to force that second dart in.
100.
Not the end of the world for Rene Eidams.
85. Andy require 142. $60.
Only 60.
Rene require 144. $100.
Pressure.
Andy you require 82.
Only applied on the visit of Andy Bolton. Single 17. 1 dart a hand. Has to find tops.
42. Rene you require 44. $12. Andy you require 40.
Should be. A good
Game
guide
shot
it
on the
is.
sixth leg, Andy
A
Bolton.
good guide as Bolton breaks back and has the darts in the decider.
7th and final leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Andy Bolton pick up his second win of the day. Lost his opening match 4-3 before getting a 4-2 win over Classen.
136.
Then went down 4-3 again to Rhys Robinson. Then went down 4-3 again. It's been One
60.
of those days. He's yet to win a match today that's gone to a decider. But already in a good spot here.
99. $44.
Andy Bolton, 131 points to the good plus these.
96.
Be some way to end his day.
58. And he require 170.
Time on his side if he finds the two treble 20s to take it on. There's one.
98.
May have been a blessing in disguise. Can now just
55.
focus on this 72.
And he requires 72.
Double 16.
Game, shot,
Simplified
and a match.
the
Andy
finish.
Bolton.
And it paid dividends. A full 3 win in the end for Andy Bolton in his first win. A match that's gone to 3 apiece. 86.07 the average. 180 apiece. Twice as many 140s for Rene. And 4 from 11 on the doubles. So as it stands, Rhys Robertson will be the overnight leader. Let's get a bit of reaction from the boys on the balcony.
Thank you very much, Chris. And well, at 2-0 up to Andy Bolton, Rennie Eidams brings it back. He goes in front. He misses match opportunities, and Bolton manages to nick it in the end.
That's a big win for Andy. If he harbours any ambitions of getting through this group, that was a must-win game. Ultimately, I think the thing that might cost him is that it was so tight. Getting 2-0 in the lead early in the match, we're all thinking if he can get a big win, 4-1, 4-0 here, and he beats Rennie again by that scoreline tomorrow, maybe there's a possibility he can put pressure on the top two. But he's got the points, minimum, but it's a very tough ask tomorrow.
Right, let's round up what we've seen today then at the Super Series. 15 games have been and gone. Remember, another 10 tonight in Group B live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10. And it's fair to say, when you look at the gold and the white on that graphic, it was a day dominated with the players on throw.
Yeah, and that's contrary to what we've seen at certain points this week, because we have seen a lot of breaks of throw. It's almost 50-50 in Group A as far as breaks of throw and legs are concerned. So it's almost comforting for the players to know that when they look at that, they'll think that they should win when they've got the darts. But sometimes it's just not that simple. There are players in this group who are leaving today thinking, well, I'm done now. But then there are others thinking, I've still got a lot of work to do.
Right, let's break the day down then. Rhys Robertson went 4 from 4 on the card until he came up against Barry Van Peer. Van Peer winning that final round game of the day. And Barry came up here on the balcony after, said that he was struggling just a little bit under the weather the first 3 days. But it feels like yesterday he built himself into today. And today's a new competition, really, isn't it?
It is. I think the people that come in, and it's a 3-day event, potentially, qualifying over 2 and possibly playing on Saturday. It's a very truncated format, but if you are here for the full week, just ask anybody who's played the full week. It's a real marathon, but the ability to reset at the end of Wednesday, it's a big deal. And we're going to see from Steve West and Luke Littler what they do in Group B a little bit later on. But today, obviously, for Robertson and for Barry Van Peer, it's been a bit of a tonic.
As far as Rhys Robertson is concerned, we were discussing at the top of the show that potentially the odds of 4-1 on him winning the group could be quite large. Some of the odds in individual matches felt quite large. And he kind of lived up to that for the full duration of the day as well today.
I think Rhys played brilliantly. I think sometimes he gets caught by some of his maverick tactics, and we love to watch him for that. He's so entertaining, but sometimes he shoots himself in the foot. But he's still got the talent that we saw back in 2009, 2010 when he first came through. It's just how he uses it. It might be the biggest week of his career to date, but we just don't know which Rhys is going to turn up. But today, he was very impressive.
Well, if the ball went on that ball 15 ball, I was worried about your voice.
Yeah, well, the thing is, that is a really sensible shot, because if you get the bull, you can go 15 bull. If you get the 25, you can stay on the bull 4 tops. And don't forget that Mervyn King beat Phil Taylor on a 115 going bull first. So it's not out of the ordinary, but when it comes to out of the ordinary, he is Mr. Out of the Ordinary this week, doing some fabulous stuff.
He is Mr. Maverick, and he is Mr. Top of the Table. We'll look at that in just a second. But before we do that, let's talk about Patrick Vandenbogaerde. We'll get the name right. Yeah. We'll get there in the end. But considering everything that happened, the fact that he had to sleep in an airport overnight, he didn't arrive in the city, let alone the venue, until 10 o'clock this morning. The fact he's gone out there and won 4 out of 5, huge credit to him.
Welcome to the darting lifestyle, because every dart player who's been playing for 5 to 10 years has got a story of, I remember when I was late for this and I couldn't prepare perfectly for this. But every now and again, you are going to come up against something like this, and you've already got the excuse embedded in your brain. It's whether you choose to use it or not. He didn't. That tells me something about him.
It was a bit like Tom Hanks in The Terminal, wasn't it?
Well, I hope he's not in the terminal that long. We want him to be here.
Well, that was the story of Patrick Vandenbogaerde's day. Let's talk about Jelle Classen, because played some good stuff, picked up some victories, but can he feel a little bit hard done by with the points tally today?
No, I don't think so. I think there was a lot of erratic darts in there from Jelle. When they were going, they looked superb. But I just spoke to Jelle, and he's got a few things going on at home. He's been moving house, I believe, so it's been quite an erratic few weeks for him. But ultimately, the darts lifestyle, throwing personal stuff in there as well as doing this, it's very, very hard to balance that. I just wonder if he can go through the card tomorrow, get those 10 points in the bank and see if that's enough. I'm not entirely sure it's going to be, though.
Because there's 3 players tied at the top on 8 points, as we can see now on the league standings. Reece Robinson, Patrick Vandenbogaerde and Bay Van Peer all on 8 points. Andy Bolton on 4 there. That was a huge last game for him to pick up that particular victory. What does he have to do tomorrow to get through? Does he have to complete the card?
Well, when you consider that you've got 3 players on 8 points, and if 2 of them get 6 tomorrow, it means that Andy's got to get 10 points with a better leg difference. Well, that sounds very realistic to me. So with that in mind, Andy has to win all 5 games. Starts with a confidence-boosting big victory over René Eidams. Yes, it's still possible, but then after that, he's going to have to be the best version of Andy Bolton that we've seen this week.
And this is just session 1 of 2 that we're going to see today at the Super Series, because Group B gets underway tonight from 10 o'clock. And we cannot wait for this, because this could be tantalising. This is how the week shapes up. Now, in that mix tonight, you've got a man who's won a CDC title this year. You've got the defending champion of this competition. You've got Steve West, whose CV just screams of excellence. Colin Osborne, former Championship League winner. And that's about talking about the reigning WDF World Champion in Neil Duff.
I think when we're talking about current form, this is why it's so exciting. You've got explosiveness from West and from Little. You know what they're going to do. They're going to be comfortable playing tonight as well. They don't mind playing late night darts. Neither does Neil Duff. Osborne has done it here, but there's one thing missing. He hasn't won the entire thing. He's won weekly titles. He's one of the greats, if not the greatest, here at the Super Series. But there is that one thing missing. There will be pressure on him here over the next couple of days to get it done. But I'm excited to watch Danny Lauby. Why wouldn't you be? He's like lightning.
Tell you what, Lauby later isn't going to be slow, is it?
No, that could risk the quickest game, which is 5 minutes 48. So get your stopwatches out, everybody.
Exactly, and race back here for 10 o'clock this evening. Myself, the Asset, Chris Mason, all be with you, describing all the action from Group B. But as far as Group C is concerned, well, it's double R. Reece Robinson, who's top of the pile. We'll see you at 10.
And ladies and gentlemen, his opponents all the way from Canada. It's the Truth, Jacob Taylor.
Well, here we go then. This is it. The big money match. The day that started with a coronation will end with one here at the Super Series. Who will be crowned king? Will it be the boy who many believe was born to be king of darts, Luke Littler? Or will it be a Canadian coronation as Jacob Taylor, the 54-year-old, takes on a man still in the salad days of what is expected to be an incredible career. It's been an incredible night, an incredible week, an exceptional series, the best we've had so far, and just what we've seen tonight in terms of the standard of play, the entertainment, and the crowd themselves, mate, just suggests it's going to go from strength to strength.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just going to get bigger and bigger. It's becoming more and more international.
Oh. And walked away as a star. Well, the 180 cards are aloft, and they will be again. Let me promise you that.
When I was up on the balcony, and I said, "Can you find out who won the ball?" And a couple of seconds later, he come back, Littler, and I said, "Well, of course he did." But yeah, they've really put on a show, and the fans have really, really embraced it. The noise in between the matches, they are really having their own little party in here.
Yeah, and look, it's only, what, 150-ish people in the building. They're making it sound like a big arena event in the breaks, but giving players a complete best of order when they're throwing.
They get it.
140.
Yeah, plenty to applaud as well tonight. Much of it coming from Littler, but let's just
45.
give some credit to Jacob Taylor, because he has been the one that's actually got through with the most ease this evening.
Yeah, he didn't have to rely on any other results this evening. Came through a very tough game against
60.
Owen
Luke
Bates
require 80.
to make this final. But this young man has been irresistible.
Well, they've both played in finals before, mate, on a Saturday night, and Jacob Taylor actually lost his final 4-0 to Justin Hood. He got through as the best runner-up in terms of his performance for the entire week. In contrast, Luke Littler won his final 4-0 against Richard North with an average of 109.
Yeah, he doesn't have any negative memories of being in a final. You say he's still in the infancy of his career. He's still in school, Murph.
Yeah, well, he certainly dished out a few lessons on the dartboard tonight.
Taylor
is tough to beat, and you give him a sniff, he punishes. We saw that in a couple of his matches already tonight.
58.
Punisher. My nickname.
Yeah, John Worsley saw it when he took out a 103 in that match. We saw Owen Bates miss opportunities and Taylor mop up in the semi-final. That went down to a decider.
Well, he produced one of his better performances in the semi-final against
Jacob
Owen Bates,
81.
He averaged in excess of 96.
41.
Going along very nicely in this final so far in the early stages.
100.
Every time I
Jacob
look at our
40.
fruit machine, which is where all of our data is, which is on a monitor, every time I look up there, Luke Littler seems to be
on the second leg,
consistently
Jacob
in excess of 100. And there's no difference here.
Well, there'll be no 4-0 in this final.
Third leg, Luke
Taylor squaring up.
First leg he's won in a final here.
Now, look, Luke Littler has won many, many titles in the WDF system. He's won 2 development tours recently. World Masters, boys, a JDC World Championship. He's won loads of stuff, but this, in front of the TV cameras,
100.
is this the week when everybody in the world of darts stands up and says, this man's a real deal?
Well, many of the things he's produced this week gets clipped up and does all the socials, and many moments tonight that he's produced has gone viral, and there are going to be too many people in the darts world that don't know about him. But as I always say, it's the casual sports fans we want to get to know him, and he's aware of that. His understanding of brand awareness. He knows he's an entertainer.
And how comfortable he looks on the stage. He owns the stage.
Well, Barry Hearn must,
140.
as a lifelong promoter, must look at this
87.
young man and think, wow.
Yeah, darts is in safe hands. Avoids the ball this time, wants double five
82.
instead. Might have been better missing the treble there, Luke.
140.
Didn't miss the treble.
Well, Taylor hasn't missed that treble, nor that one. Give him an inch.
130.
Wow, a dart away from a breaker throw and a 2-1 lead.
So double two for 2-1 to Littler instead. Awkward, but he finds a way to let a roar in celebration. Taylor remaining unfazed. He's just getting on with his business, but Luke Littler there.
Fourth leg,
for
Jacob
all of
to
the
throw first.
flamboyant finishers this evening, that double two could be the key one.
Yeah, huge. Well, the fact that he was allowed to
41.
go back at the five, Jacob Taylor. Well, that would have been typically Taylor this week, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
100.
Finding a way to win a leg, he looked like he was going to lose.
Nobody has really blitzed their spells at the Super
41.
Series like Luke Littler has. He won Group A on his qualifying week and then won finals night, and now he's looking like winning finals night from winning Group A on Champions Week.
134.
That is some level of darting dominance, particularly in a short format.
Yeah, and on debut.
57.
Well, I'm pretty sure he'll be back to defend the title should he lift the trophy. He'll be the first player to lift the trophy at the end of this one.
100.
We did have winners before, but they were given giant checks. I think they had some complaints that when they walked into the local branch, they refused to cash them.
140. Luke Require
wouldn't fit through that little hole.
167.
Yeah, nice to have some silverware.
Yeah, and it's something that will be retained here. They will have their pictures taken with it, and then it will go off to the engravers, and well, he will forever have his name on the trophy. And I've got a feeling it's not going to be on there just the once.
36.
Well, this is a chance to break. It's okay.
8.
Still okay, really, because Taylor's not in finishing range.
I mean, we always say it, but we want the players to fulfill their dreams, and if their dreams are getting a tour card, which no doubt at some
85.
stage that will
Luke
be
Require
Littler's
28.
MO, we wish them all the best and don't want to see him back. Well, not for a long time anyway.
Games on the fourth leg.
Well, in the end, he gets there on that checkout. Had to kind of dig one out there,
Fifth
didn't he,
leg,
Luke
Luke
Littler?
to throw first. Game on.
It got a bit awkward, but
Well, all barring that 140 attempt, and that was only because he missed
80.
darts at double to give Jacob the opportunity. He's been pretty much in control.
yeah, it could be over.
He's managing the occasion
121.
superbly. But you just read out all those titles he's won. He knows how to win. He's used to winning.
Yeah, some talent. Stand up, take note,
100.
remember the name.
Remember Jacob Taylor's name as well, because if you're a fan of the CDC, and I know lots of players and fans in America and Canada will be tuned in, he has done you proud.
Well, it's been a worthwhile trip, hasn't it?
Yeah.
For Jacob Taylor.
He is cashed.
92.
£10,000 in the pocket. He can upgrade his flight on the way home. But that way home might be getting a little bit closer.
93. Jacob Require
Oh, we're
148.
being a little premature. Another one of those. Double 14 for the breakback.
134.
Well, it would be the ultimate irony and really fitting if Luke, the
Luke
Nuke,
Require
was
88.
to finish the final on the bullseye after his exploits earlier this evening. He's going to get better than that too. At double 14.
MODUS Super Series champion.
The leading light. The Super Series. It's sweet success for the 16-year-old who becomes the third MODUS Super Series champion. A family affair, emotion for the young man, but Luke Littler, well,